Morning everyone, and welcome to, we finally made it, the last meeting of the year. Hallelujah. I'd like to start off with a karakia, if we could all look at the screen and stand up and... Cool.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, he hiki ake ane te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, maurio.
Thank you very much. Now, in keeping with what we seem to be doing a lot of lately, we're going to give away, celebrate some more awards. So the first one is for, back that way. Yep. Firstly, I want to begin by congratulating the team behind Tipo Toi Toi Linwood Pool, which has won the Outstanding Pool category for the 2022 New Zealand Recreational Awards. This is an awesome facility, and I was very happy there to give it a test run last year at the Open. My shoes have shrunk. The pool is recognised for its focus on cutting back barriers for people to use it and encourages diversity of users through innovative design and community-led approach. The pool features New Zealand's first purpose-built all-season indoor manu pool, which has proven a major draw card, especially for children and young people. It also features accessible design to cater for the wide variety of users and offers popular weekly women's sessions and monthly youth nights with a focus on fun and socialisation through recreation. What has really made this facility a success is the level of community involvement in the planning and design phase. The team at Council worked really hard to bring the community along with them, and this really makes it feel like a community facility. So I'd like to thank Nigel Cox and his team for being so committed to this approach, and the project team for making it a reality. Congratulations to everyone. You really have done a fantastic job. Thank you. Our next acknowledgement is another congratulations, this time for the teams that worked on Hipuna Taimoana Hot Pools by the Sea. At the recent Property Council Awards, they won Resine Urban Design Award and the Property Council New Zealand's Supreme Excellence Award. This is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. And in the first year of operating, the hot pools not only achieved its participation targets, but blew them out of the water, literally, with 125,000 guests enjoying the facility, far exceeding the original goal of 75,000 visitors. That's very, very good. These hot pools are a legacy project designed to encourage private investment in New Brighton and kickstart the economy and boost the community over there. Brighton is really important to me as I grew up out that way, and it's had a really tough few decades, but facilities like this are really helping to give the community a lift. These pools have been an incredible success, and I'd like to congratulate all of you in this project. Thank you very much. You got it?
Yeah.
Two. One.
Two.
To point out, the council won the most awards at the Property Council Awards that Friday, 3 in total.
Well done, you. my final congratulations, just to keep the facility awards theme going, but this time without water, I'd like to acknowledge the teams that worked on the Christchurch Town Hall restoration. Firstly, the Christchurch Town project team won the Co-Studio Best Team Award at the Property Council Awards. Working with many local consultants and contractors, the project team have reinvigorated this Christchurch landmark. Their work and commitment not only saved a key piece of our heritage, but gave it new life that ensures it will stand the test of time for many years to come. Given we lost so many heritage buildings in the city, to have the town hall and the auditorium open again has been a significant moment in our regeneration. Secondly, Venues Otatahi took out the Medium Venue of the Year at the 2022 Entertainment Venues Association New Zealand Awards. The wonderful experiences people have at the town hall and memories they take away with them contribute so much to the cultural fabric and collective memories of our city. And it's just fantastic to celebrate the success of this very special place that brings Cantabrians together. So congratulations to you all. You have restored and now run a fantastic facility that really supports us being the events capital of New Zealand. Well done.
Nice Christmas chair.
Absolutely. So moving right along. Apologies, we have no apologies. Declarations of interest. Councillor Scandrett has declared an interest on item 16. And in relation to item 15, the council has received a declaration by the Auditor General pursuant to the Section 6 of the Local Authorities Members' Interest Act of 1968. I will ask Helen White of Legal to explain the declaration.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the item number 15 relates, amongst other things, to the remuneration of council-appointed directors, including councillor directors. That means that potentially all councillors could be appointed to boards of the council organisations and the council-controlled organisations, and potentially all councillors could be affected by a change in that policy financially. That means that for the purposes of the legislation, all councillors would ordinarily be prohibited from participating in that matter. However, the Auditor General has considered that it is in the interest of the community for all councillors to be able to participate in that review, and has thereby granted a declaration under the legislation to allow all members to participate fully.
Thank you, Helen. Now, next, we've got public forum. We have no public forums. Deputations by appointment. We have the very youthful Anne Galloway, who's looking a lot younger since she hasn't been at council, to come up and talk to us. We're speaking regarding item 13, council portfolios. Thank you, Anne. Good to see you again.
Kia koutou, kia ora, and it's lovely to be here, lovely to see you all. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here alongside Selwyn Gamble. And I would like to also thank particularly Councillor Malcoka for giving us a heads up that actually today you were making a decision about the future of Te Pai Pikari, the Youth Standing Committee. And we quickly running the troops. We've got Mia over, she's up on the screen, who is in London, I believe. Is that where you are, Mia? Yes, and she's zoomed in because, and Selwyn has reorganised his day so that we could be here because we passionately believe in Te Pai Pikari, and we would really want to encourage you to vote positively to keep Te Pai Pikari going as a standing committee. So, A bit of background. With the support of the Mayor, Leanne Dalzell, the last Mayor, previous Mayor, Leanne Dalzell, TPP, the Youth Advisory Committee, was established. And I'd like to also acknowledge John Fulsell, Josh Wharton, Megan Pearce and Lynn McClellan for their amazing support for this. It is a standing committee, which means it can make recommendations directly to Council. It promotes a clear channel for the views of young people to be represented and heard by the decision makers of the city, you. Why should this standing committee continue? I'm going to refer to an excellent letter sent to you all yesterday from Kate, who wrote on behalf of the Christchurch Youth Council. And if you haven't read it, there's a copy there for you. But I, concentrate on what's happening right now, and you can read it later, but it's really good. It gives some good reasons why. And it says that Te Paipakari offers a unique opportunity for rangatahi voices to be valued equally alongside councillors. The committee has mana and supports intergenerational knowledge, sharing, collaboration and diversity of thought. The committee is now hitting its stride and achieving positive outcomes for the young people involved and the community. The considered establishment of Te Paipakari, it took a long time to get this sorted. It has taken time and has resulted in a genuine platform for youth, organisations and rangatahi to contribute to the City Council rather than a tokenistic venture. I'm going to pass on now to Mia, because you want to hear their voices, not mine. So over to you, Mia.
Thank you so much, Anne, and thank you to everyone for hearing me today. It's really appreciated. So I was really shocked to hear that the council was considering possibly shutting down Te Paipakari, because to me the committee really hit the ground running with a really strong team of diverse young people. So it was Micah Heath, Selwyn Gamble and myself, not to mention the fantastic councillors who sat around the table with us and the members from our own organisations who contributed to our conversations. This was a first for us because it was the first time we as young people were discussing topics with decision makers as equals. Suddenly it didn't feel like the issues in the city were building and overwhelming us because we were finally able to do something on Te Paipakari. And it's one thing to be a part of an organised group of young people, for me, Christchurch Youth Council. We'd organise events, facilitate civics education and work to improve the city. It's amazing, but Te Paipakari is an entirely separate world. It's not just working within a group. As a former member of CYC, I was able to work alongside Pacifica young people through Pilot, with Tangata Whenua through Ngāi Tahu, and with major decision makers in council. Where else do you have a platform for these voices to come together and discuss issues and problem solve? What other city can say that they are taking significant steps to reach out to young people, as Anne said, not in a tokenistic checkbox manner, but by upholding our voices and allowing us to participate authentically? And I'll be honest, before I left Christchurch 6 months ago, Te Paipakari was one of the few things that I was really, really sorry to leave behind. For all my civic action, that committee was one of the places I felt I was actually able to impact the city and make things better within my communities. Sitting around that table and feeling equal to decision makers and speaking on my own experiences in an open forum was so empowering. Let Te Paipakari flourish, and so will so many of the young people who get to take part in the opportunities it offers. If you truly want a better city, not just now, but in the future, you will hear the voices of young people. Rangatahi are the future. It makes sense that we're involved in these discussions. We've been saying it for years. If you get it right for young people, you usually get it right for everyone else. Young people everywhere deserve to have their voices uplifted, but I really want to point out that young people in Ōtautahi need this now more than ever. I know firsthand that growing up in Christchurch has meant being exposed to a series of severely traumatic events. We have really unique experiences and need to be heard for the sake of our futures. Please vote positively in favour of Te Paipakari. Please don't take it away from us. You cannot discontinue this platform if you want to be able to say you are doing what is right for the city. We need youth voice. It's a fantastic platform for the council to facilitate genuine youth participation in local decision making. Please continue to hear our voices. Thank you, Ngā mihi, and I'll pass over to Selwyn now.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko maukateri toku mauka, ko rakahuri toku awa. Ko kaipuke me wakarere raki toku waka. No o tau tahi ahau. Ko Ngāti Pākehā me Ngāti Tonga toku iwi. Ko te whare wānako o Waitaha toku kura. Ko Gamble toku whānau. Ko Pita toku matua. Ko whanau lola toku whaia. Ko Hiruweni toku ikoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. First of all, thank you so much for having us here to discuss deputations today. I'd be lying to say that my heart isn't racing right now because the last 24 hours has been very pedantic. I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'm a little bit gutted to be here right now. The UC Pacific graduation's going on right now and I could be there, but within the last 24 hours I found out that the possible discontinuation of Te Pai Pakari is amidst us, and that feels like a real crisis for us. And I would like to thank Anne and Mia for putting it articulating it well, but my arms are shaking because we've spent the last 3 years building this platform, this good governance between different parties, and it means so much to us, not just for us, but for the people that are going to be coming after us. Let's make no mistake right now, this isn't a Christchurch Youth Council extension or anything like that. This is a standing committee with different parties at the table. The Pacific Youth Leadership and Transformation Trust, Mana Whenua, the Christchurch Youth Council and Christchurch City Council, and that meant something to us in the spirit of partnership and looking after the spirit of partnership. And it hurts me to know that we might be getting rid of that, to have our young voices at the table. It hurts me. And I just want to say that the Pacific Youth Leadership and Transformation Trust, we fundamentally don't want this to happen. We disagree with this. We disagree with how this was done. We found out 24 hours ago. I found out at 9 p.m. last night because I was working all day. And I have to scramble to come here and plead to you guys to keep this thing that is going to long outlive myself and when other young people come. And it's not just about that. It's about teaching them intergenerational wealth that you guys have, how to commit good governance, how to do proper tikanga, how to commit things properly for young people, because we are going to inherit the decisions that are made today. And we want to be part of it, not in a tokenistic way, but in a way that is meaningful, in a way that resonates with us, in a way that follows te ao Māori, te ao Pasifika, people that are here, immigrants, people that could come here and raise their voice as young people for young people, because that means something to us. So thank you so much for coming. Please consider what this means. Read the letters, read the words on the page, read what you agreed to during your election processes, because this is more than myself, you know? I'll be your age one day, but other people will come and they'll want to learn what good governance looks like. It's not easy, it's not accessible sometimes, but this is a fundamentally fantastic way to maintain that. So I pour my heart out, not just my heart, but with my mind, knowing what comes after us, other young people, Pasifika young people, tangata whenua. We want to be part of this. We want to be part of the voice. We're on the same team, so let's do it the right way. You know, include us in the conversation. How much time do we have left?
41 seconds.
41 seconds.
30 seconds. Yeah.
You know, we weren't even done with the processes. And if you want to look into how the processes are done, look at TPP on the website and what that says on the values. In fact, if I have a little bit more time left, I might just read them really quickly. Through this committee, the Council wants to impart knowledge to the next generation, to lead well, make valuable decisions, and encourage active community participation. To do this effectively, it is vital that the Council listens to the voices of rangatahi who may be affected by Council's decisions. By involving rangatahi in the decision-making process itself, it helps foster mutual understanding and fit-for-purpose outcomes. So I'll leave that with you, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Cheers.
Thank you for Thank you for a very passionate deputation and presentation, and thank you, Anne. Good to see you again. Unfortunately, we haven't got time for questions, but it's certainly well noted what you've said. Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you.
See you
Now
now.
we have a petition that has been presented by Lynn Bunn. She'll table a petition regarding the signalised entrance from Marihau Road into Preston's Park Drive. Thank you, Lynn.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here. I'm here on behalf of the residents of the Preston's Park subdivision, which, for those who don't know, it borders Martians Road, Preston's Road, Marihau Road and Burwood Road at the back side of it. To request that the signalised entranceway from Marihau Road to Preston's Park Drive, approved in the subdivision consent of 2015, be implemented as soon as possible. As residents and ratepayers, we have waited 7 years for this to happen. 7 years of promises to all who purchase sections that the entranceway will be built in a few months. As a matter of health and safety, it's not acceptable that several thousand people have only one main entry and exit. Already ambulances have taken the wrong direction to leave the subdivision, one at 2:30 a.m. in the morning with a 9-month-old child in it, only to have to turn around and travel another 10 minutes to go in the right direction. If there was ever a need for the subdivision to be evacuated during an emergency, it would be total chaos and possible unacceptable consequences for the residents. Approximately 3,000 residents, plus contractors, tradespeople, service companies, etc., have to use the one main entrance, thereby creating a lot of pressure on the intersection of Preston's Park Drive and Preston's Road. This intersection also services the Preston subdivision on the north side of Preston's Road, causing congestion on surrounding roads. Extra fuel, vehicle maintenance costs and time are being lost daily in the extra mileage created to get out of the subdivision. The added addition of retail shops just metres from the only main exit causes traffic pressure by making the roadway dangerously overutilised. Ratepayers are fed up with waiting. We want this matter resolved and seek reassurance from the Christchurch City Council that our concerns are being listened to and acted upon promptly. I have a petition to present from the residents. Some of the petition is online through a link, and there are paper copies as well of the signatures received. I've got approximately just coming up to 700 signatures of residents and ratepayers. So that's part of it's online and part of it is in the papers I've got here. So thank you for your time, and we'd really like to get this sorted and underway.
Thank you, Lynn. Totally understand where you're coming from. Kelly, have we got time for a couple of questions, Kelly?
Yeah, thanks, Lynn, for highlighting this, and Daniel for coming along. Daniel, could you perhaps talk about your personal experience in the subdivision?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for having us, guys. For me personally, I loved moving into the region. I shifted from Rolleston back into town. We were sold on the assumption that the property and the access to the new development would be available in 9 months to a year. I've owned the property for coming up close to 3 years now, and a lot of people in the meetings that we've had within the residents groups are a lot of the same frustration is that promises, it's going to be open, to no avail. I bought a section that was literally 100 metres from the opening, so it's very frustrating to have to drive an extra 10-15 minutes to get around the entire development to get out on the other side. There's a lot of frustration building, and the signs up already in the neighbourhood to slow down because of the volume of traffic. It's causing congestion to get in through traffic lights. People are now breaking through orange lights, red lights, pushing the boundaries to get out because the traffic's so significant. So from a health and safety point of view, it's things are getting a bit crazy out there. Yeah.
Okay. I would have been one of the ones that was guilty of saying that it would have been underway by July last year. I remember, I think, telling you that, Lynn,
Yes.
which was at the time I actually thought that's what was happening. But I understand that Transport and the developer have been talking to each other, and they've found a way forward, and it's imminent that it's going to happen.
Let's hope so. The gold standards are the diggers at the site
Oh,
working.
Yeah. So thank you very much for bringing that
That's
in.
all right.
Do
Thank
we-
you for having us.
Can we ask just one final question?
Sorry, yeah.
Is it possible for the communication between, communication is the biggest thing. We haven't got anything from the developer. So if we can just get in some communication, regular intervals or something like that, just to say, hey, this is where we're at, this is the process, and it gives us some understanding on what's happening moving forward.
So you're not in the dark.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the biggest frustration, to be fair.
No, noted. I'll take note of that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Good on you. See ya.
Jess will take the petition.
Jess will take that petition off you if you like. Sorry.
There's been a couple of incidents where we've had development and we've added, Westmoreland would be one, so there's 2 exits to the area rather than one. Maybe that's something that we could take up with staff, that when there is a development, and it's a substantial development, that we look at, because of what we've been through as a city and an area, that most developments do need 2 ways out if they're of a certain size. Maybe that's something that we could talk to staff about with regards to the city plan. Does it? Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Yep, Tara. Aaron?
Phil, because we've been hearing about this for a while, and it's not my area, but I don't like hearing people from the area having to complain so much. Can we get a hard and fast date on that installation?
Yeah, I will ask.
Like July last year sounds good.
Well, that I didn't help myself there.
Right. Well, you've got a digger. They just invited you over.
Thank you very much. Right. Thank you. We'll move on. So, thank you. I'll move the. Righto, keeping. Okay. Right. We've got some supplementary reports that I want to put into the agenda. I'll move it, and Tim is going to second it. Thank you very much. Next is. Yes, all those in favour? All those against? Thank you, carried. So, now we have the ARMC minutes for the 22nd of November. Do we want to have any discussion, or do you want the staff to come and talk to us about it or anything, or everyone's happy? You happy to move it?
Just receiving it.
Jake will move it, Tim will second it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you, carried. So, now we're up to reports. Proposed alcohol ban for Woolston Village area. Thank you very much for coming to present to us today.
So, thank you. So, my name's Ruth Littlewood, and beside me I have Evangeline Dispo, who will be introducing the report in a minute, and beside her is Senior Constable Connell Ross from the New Zealand Police. Yes, who we're very grateful to have to discuss the police perspective on alcohol bans. So this is a matter which you have seen before. The origin of this report is a request from members of the Woolston community for an alcohol ban around Woolston Village. And that request was accompanied by a petition signed by 173 people, and it was considered by the board, and the board made a recommendation that staff make further investigation, and the further investigation has resulted in this report, which Evangeline will present.
Thank you. This report recommends that the council make a temporary alcohol ban in Woolston Village area. There is good evidence to support a ban, like the statements submitted by lead petitioner with 173 signatories, which include photos as evidence showing alcohol-related litter. The alcohol licensing team, medical officer, and the police support the proposed ban. And the police strongly support the ban area and have committed within their resourcing limits to enforce the ban. We've also conducted a survey just to get the the views of the stakeholders. And based on the survey, the community supports the ban. 92 replies received in total, and 81 respondents support the temporary ban, with 73 supports the proposed ban area. 8 respondents who have expressed support to the alcohol ban would like the ban to cover additional or other areas like parks, or for instance, Woolston Park, reserves, church, and schools along Ferry Road and Gold Crescent. One respondent expressed support to the proposed ban but would like a permanent ban. One respondent feels the ban is useless if not monitored. 9 opposed an alcohol ban. We've also asked the stakeholders what else can be done to help make Woolston Village a safe and welcoming place. 68 of the submitters responded to this specific question. Almost 50% would like the increased presence of police in the community and stricter regulations on outlets and shops selling alcohol or vape products in the area. Other suggestions include collective efforts among police, support agencies, local organizations, and council to address systemic social problems in the area like homelessness, begging, addiction, or complex mental health issues. More family-friendly activities or events or classes for residents in the area, security CCTV cameras, and reduced speed limit to 30 kph. And also a shared charter among business owners to help minimize alcohol related harms in the area. So, do you want anything, Ruth?
I think, in summary, the ban is very well supported by the community and by the agencies who have an interest in it, in particular the police, of course. The police do enforcement. It's really quite a clear proposal in my view, and I think from the evidence, yes. I'd like to ask Senior Constable Ross to just talk about bans and from the police perspective.
Morning everyone, my name is Conor Ross and I'm part of the Community Services team here at Christchurch Central. I've just been made aware of this particular location this morning. The officers that were originally dealing with it, Senior Sergeant Roy Apley is unavailable, and unfortunately the Sergeant that was going to be coming in from Littleton, that was the lead on this, an event took place overnight and she's no longer available. So I can talk on the alcohol ban in other areas that I've had dealings with. Police use it as a critical, it's a fantastic tool that we can use when we're dealing with alcohol-related issues that are at a very disorder type events where it doesn't meet the criminal threshold, but we need something to reduce the harm that can have on the public. And often powers simply just to remove the alcohol, which is generally the problem in the first instance, will stop any criminal activity from taking place after that point. So it's a fantastic tool for us. Without these tools, there's not a whole lot we can do about it, and until a criminal activity takes place, and then it's too late because normally a victim's then been created, and it's a pointless task waiting for someone to become a victim before we have powers to act on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Pauline, you have one?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's very helpful for you actually reassuring us that these do work in other places where they've been set up. But my question is there a concern that the activity will just move or dissipate into the community elsewhere? Is that
That's not a concern that always happens ultimately with these. With Linwood Village was one which I had dealings with a few years ago. We didn't find that displacement took place to the expectation of everyone at the time.
Okay.
So it's never going to ultimately magically stop it all from happening, but it does significantly reduce it to the benefit of the community at large.
Okay, thank you.
Yanni, thank you.
Okay, 2 questions. One for the staff and one for the
for the police. Just start with the police. In terms of the enforcement of the alcohol ban,
Yes.
Can I just understand how it will be enforced in terms of giving people warning, working with people to get behaviour change, as opposed to just people going to the park, having a wee picnic, maybe drinking a bottle of wine as a group, gathering, not doing any harm, not causing any bother to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just give us a sense of like how strict or how you what sort of approach you take around enforcement, around making people aware of it, and then also how you follow up?
Of course. Yeah. Well, ultimately, in terms of making people aware of it, there's signage that has to be introduced. People have to be fairly informed of an alcohol area and where that area is. In terms of policing it effectively, which, as with everything, we have discretion and we run through a graduated response. Sometimes we can just talk to people and say, hey, listen, are you aware this is an alcohol ban area? And they might not be aware of it. So we make them aware of it, and generally they'll go, thank you for making us aware of it, and they'll either remove the alcohol or they'll go somewhere else where they can drink if they really need to drink.
And the second question was for council staff. Have you spoke to Kāinga Ora about their view on the alcohol ban? And if so, what was the response?
No, we haven't spoken to Kāinga Ora. We surveyed we put out a survey for locals, and it was anybody could respond, and we had those. These are largely residents, some maybe businesses, but that's their response. Okay. I'm not quite sure why the Kāinga Ora would be.
Oh, because basically what's happening in Woolston is you've got a huge increase in Kāinga Ora housing, emergency housing and transitional housing, and a lot of the people that are that are moving into the area have different levels of behaviour. So it would be, I think it would be good in terms of our process. I note that we've talked to the medical officer, the licensing inspector of the police, but I think it would also be good to talk to the social housing providers, community housing providers, around their views around it, given that it may impact on some of their tenants.
I guess we can do that. The expectation of Kāinga Ora tenants is the same as the expectation on anybody else for a ban. We're talking about what we learnt from a meeting which was organised by the local MP, was that people actually felt unsafe within Woolston Village. Some of these people may be Kāinga Ora tenants, some of them may not, but they may be visitors. The fact is that, this ban is a low-level thing to address people feeling safe and feeling that their local area is safe. Certainly, I guess Kāinga Ora might. I don't know whether we can certainly talk to them.
We're getting off the topic a bit. Yeah. We're getting off topic, but I think what you're suggesting is absolutely fantastic. Andre.
Thank you. So I worked in the office at Woolston Village for 5 years, and mindful that something is needed here, likely what we're looking at. Most of the drinking in Woolston Village that I witnessed was at the wee seats outside the dairy beside the New World. There's some benches there. But what is also across the road from that at St John's Anglican Church is some very attractive looking seating under a tree, which wouldn't be covered under this ban. So where I witnessed the most drinking is someone could still be drinking across the road at the very nice, comfortable looking seating under the tree. That's not part of the ban. So I guess my question is what sort of work you've done with the church in this process. I'm just mindful that this activity may move across the road and impact the church, where they will often have weddings and throughout the weekdays and all sorts.
Yeah, when we talked to the police, they were the ones who identified the boundaries for the ban area.
Yeah.
Knowing that these are the areas wherein most of the incidents happening. So, and again, this is just a trial.
Yeah.
And if there is a need to, to extend it later on, based on our assessment later on, maybe mid next year or early next year, then it might be, part of the recommendation of the staff later.
But are you aware of submissions from the church or discussions with the church in this process?
We are not. We haven't. Or we are not aware that there was a specific submission made by the church, but there was one individual who said that to include the church.
Okay. Cool.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Mark? Did you have a finger? No. Aaron, thank you.
Yeah, mine's just a quick one on the policing. Is there any sign of the police station that was in Woolston for 100 years returning?
I would say no. It's not in a position to say.
Right. So
realistically,
there's nothing in the future of our country that will see more suburban police stations at this point.
no, and that's clearly far above.
Yeah.
That will be at Parliament level, those types of.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
good.
raise it.
Have I got a mover for this, please? Mark, second it. Yanni?
An amendment based on the comments that were just made before around just extending the area, because it's next to a school as well. So I just wanted to extend the area up to Rutherford Street, between Hargood Street and to Rutherford Street on the north side of Ferry Road.
Okay, so you're amending that, and Mark is seconding that. So,
For our consultation?
We may need a break on that point if we're going to.
There was a submission on it. We heard there was a submission. It's a small, tiny little patch that just makes sense because of the submission and the point that was raised. And there's a big school in here and a nice area there. So
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think it's a major issue, but
Can we ask quick stuff?
Yeah, they want to include, maybe they want to extend it here. Can we? Because of the boundary,
okay.
Can we ask the staff if they've got a view on that, if they need more time?
Staff, have you got a view on this? Do we need more time?
I think we do need more time because we would need to get, because the police enforce. I mean, it may be that this was the current proposed boundaries were identified with the police. So in order to extend them, I think it would be better to go back.
Okay, now hang on, things are getting a bit out of gear here. So I've got the amendment. Hang on one second.
extend it here. Is it okay with you?
I mean, yes, normally we would deal with streets in terms of boundaries for some, just makes it more simple. But effectively, that's a creek that could also be used as a boundary as well.
Yeah. Then you can just agree. If this is the part, then you can just agree.
Well, I mean, would you feel comfortable in saying that's an appropriate boundary?
Yeah, 100%. Whatever boundaries.
If I may, we were just looking at the staff recommendation number 3 and whether Councillor Johansson, your suggestion could be included in that as part of a report back.
Concern is that the behaviour's happening right now. There's huge concern in the community. There's a submission that supports it being slightly extended. it's not a big area, and actually the concern would be that you'd cause a lot of problems unnecessarily, and that would be much better to trial the bigger area. Given, I mean, yeah. So
I don't really see what the problem is. Why can't we just amend it? Yeah.
To extend it?
We need some advice on that.
One thing that disappoints me is that we get this, Yanni, you don't help the situation by throwing these things in at the 11th hour. You would have known about this yesterday, you would have let us know last night, and it just sort of puts us in a bit of stupidity, if you ask my question.
I'm really keen that we move this now, put something in place, and surely we can come back later in a month's time and add to it if we need to.
Absolutely, yeah, because we'll move what we've got in front of, sorry, Sarah?
Right.
Listening to the questions that my colleagues had.
Can I just suggest that instead of deferring the paper or bringing back another one, which is a whole new report and those kind of things, that maybe that staff of the police are able to go away and have a little bit of a conversation, see where they sit on it, and then come back later at this meeting with it, and that way we can continue with the meeting, and then they can, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we actually have had a discussion, and
if there's any amendments, I have the full trust in my senior officers that I can say that's fine.
Okay. Righto, so we'll extend it. Okay. We've just got to make sure we get the process right here.
Can we bring this? Can we send this down and bring it back, or would you rather do it
within
now?
reason.
We just pause for 2 minutes. Can we
So
pause?
even if it was just
We'll just pause for 2 minutes to get our paperwork sorted, and then we'll come back, okay?
Yanni.
Right, welcome back. While we're sorting out some wording for the resolution, we'll leave it on the table and we'll come back because I really want to get this over and out today, and then otherwise it just goes on forever. So we'll move on to the next one. Sorry to mess you around. So the next one's item 8, footpath repairs.
Capital endowment.
Oh, sorry, I missed one. Did I?
Oh, no, you're right. Footpath repairs, yes. Yeah, footpath repairs.
Oh, 7. They're going the wrong way.
The wrong way.
Okay.
8.
So I'll do 7.
You've called 8, do I?
Sorry, we can do 7 next, so I have them in the wrong order.
You had them in the wrong order? So which one do you want me to do, Sam?
Let's go to 7.
Okay, number 7, Capital Endowment Fund. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lexi Rubin taku ingoa, he uria hou no Ngaitua Huriri. So kia ora, my name is Lexi Rubin. I am the team leader of community funding. Today we are looking at a capital endowment fund application. Just as a bit of a refresher about the purpose of this fund, this fund is for projects that are specific and one-off. They're for projects that demonstrate benefit to the city of Christchurch, and they're projects that have evidence that the benefit will be experienced not just now but also in the future. The total balance for this fund is $568,000. To date, council have already granted $125,000 of that, and that was for Coca as well as the Santa Parade. So available for allocation today, we have $440,000. The current application that we've got is for the Oxford Terrace Baptist Church, and specifically the social housing units and the fit out required to get those units finished. This is a project that has long-lasting benefits, not just to families now. The first lot of families that they're looking to get into these units are refugee families. The benefit of this particular housing unit is that they have units that are actually larger and more suited to families. A lot of the units we see being built at the moment are 2 or 3 bedrooms. The benefit with this is that there is a number of 4 and 5 bedroom units, which is a lot more suited to that intergenerational living as well as larger families. This is a project that we are funding sort of later on in the process, so we're certainly not the first funder to be part of this process. Rata have already granted $275,000 towards this project. The group themselves have done a huge amount of fundraising, which is part of a condition of the loan that they've got, is that although they have loan facility, they are required to continue to seek donations and fundraising towards this project. So the part that we are recommending is we're recommending to make a grant of $120,000. That will be sufficient to purchase all the whiteware and get these units fully fitted out, ready for February for the families to move in. So, are there any questions at this stage?
No, that's great. If you've got a question, we'll go and move it. Right, we've got movers all over the place. We'll let Sarah move it and Mark's going to second it. Okay? Oh, it's in your area. Tough.
Have that jersey on it.
He's nicked the jersey off KFC. So we've now got Jake and Mark. Okay.
Questions?
So no question, no debate. Everyone's happy. Very good. Thank you. Of course.
I just want to speak to it. Just to say that this is a really innovative and really unique social housing project in our city. I won't speak for long. And look, it's opening in February. I'd encourage all my colleagues to come down and check it out. It is a new way of doing things. I think Oxford Baptist Terrace are here today. They didn't realise they could have spoke to it, but I'll say what they probably would have said, which they really see this as a different kind of social housing model, not so much a soup kitchen, but more a potluck dinner, and that everyone contributes in that community grows from that. So it's really cool, and they're really passionate about it, and this is their second project actually, and they want to do a lot more of it, and we should do everything we can to encourage them to build more social housing of this kind in our city.
Very good. I went for a walk round it about 5 months ago, and it's a fantastic initiative, and it's very good, and thank you very much for your presentation, Lexi. It's good.
Wonderful.
So I have a mover and I have a seconder, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Woohoo! Carried. Thank you. So we're going back on to number 8. Footpath repairs, options, costs and risks. Thank you for being here. Before we start, can I just begin by thanking Lynette and Steve and the transport team for pulling this paper together. It's great to be discussing this prior to Christmas and looking at practical ways to get ahead of our footpath maintenance. As you all know, this is an area I'm really very interested in. Easily 60% of the complaints that I get relate to things about footpath repairs, and taking a proactive approach should help us reduce that, lifting our community satisfaction rates for footpaths once the new system comes on board fully later in the new year. We are looking at this as part of our annual plan, and as we all know, things are tight, and my view is that we need to ensure that we're getting the best value for every dollar and ask ourselves, what does the community want us to do? I think many people will tell you that things like footpaths, roads and cycleways are our core business for council. So when we finish hearing this, and I should have said this speech a wee bit later, I'm excited to move it, option 3, but I'll let Lynette go on and tell us all about it. Thank you, Lynette.
Kia ora tātou. I don't think there's much more for me to say. I do want to just say primarily the goal of this report and the work that's been undertaken and is being proposed is to lift resident satisfaction with our footpath condition, but also address quickly and efficiently those small niggly issues and get them made safe along the network, but also to ensure that we can improve the amount of data and quality of data that we've got about our footpath network out there. So apart from that, I was going to take the report as read and pass over for questions through the chair.
So we've got questions from Sarah, please.
Kia ora, thank you for this. A couple of questions on the tree stuff. So there's a resolution that says a review of the tree removal process. Does that? We've only just recently done the tree policy, which has got all of that stuff in it. Is the tree policy itself being reviewed?
No, sorry, I should have been clearer about that. So that refers to, let me just find it. There is a section in the report that talks about the process that so tree roots do cause damage to infrastructure, we know that. There is also we've had feedback that there is a published process on the site for residents that want to raise concerns or have issues with trees. That process, so this is an internal process, is not necessarily working as smoothly as it could. So we are going to review that and how that is run into the future. That process is in line with the requirements of the tree policy. So it is not about wholesale removal across the city. It's about one-offs that either are identifying infrastructure damage or there are other issues that the residents have. So it's a way for them to feed into our system, but it's our system that's not necessarily working quite as well as it should. So we're going to review that so that it works a bit smoother for the residents.
Oh, okay, because so that whole improving the customer experience thing, because how that read was like, it's the one resident who was complaining about a tree was the customer as opposed to the rest of the residents in the street who like a tree-lined street.
No, there's a very detailed process on that.
Okay, so can we maybe put some words that clarify that in the resolution, whether that's an internal or... Oh no, there's a different resolution still. I'm not up to that one yet.
So it is, I've just found it, 522 to 527 talk about the challenges the challenge that you have between footpaths and street trees. So acknowledge that we've definitely got an existing tree policy, and when one comes out, we need to replace it with two. So even under this process.
But there's a really clear, when it comes to the community and environmental benefits of trees, replacing one really large tree that gives a lot of canopy cover and those kind of things with two smaller trees where roots won't get big enough to damage anything doesn't actually make up for the loss of the big tree, because they don't provide the shade and things and those kind of things that a large tree does. So, yeah.
So this is not about whether they come out or whether they don't come out. This is about the process.
Once a decision has been made.
No. The process that a customer, our residents, undertake in order to ask the question.
Okay. Yeah. So
whether a decision's made or not, and which way that decision made follows the tree policy. This is about the process for them coming in, and that is referenced in 526 there, that process.
Yeah.
So that's purely an operational process.
Yeah. So maybe we should just put the word operational process. The review of the operational tree removal process, or the tree removal operational process, or something like that. Yeah.
That's fine.
That would be cool. So I really like the examples that you've got in here of the different ways of repairing footpaths, those kind of things. In a couple of places around the city, I've seen we've done small wooden platforms instead around really large trees, instead of the asphalt or concrete and things. Is that something we still would look at doing for large trees?
It would depend on every intervention will be site specific.
It'd be a case by case basis, working with our arborists to see what's best placed for those areas.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And I do have an extra resolution that Sam could put up on the screen, but we can discuss later.
So just adding number 5 on?
Adding number 6.
Oh, and number 6.
Aaron's got a question.
Aaron, you got a question?
Yeah, I was just when you're putting the crew together that do the assessment of the paths, on the possibility of using someone with disability as part of that crew, like it would strike me as it would make sense to have someone with lived experience making the assessment of the footpaths. It's a great way to employ someone with a disability for a high value job, because it's not just bumpiness and broken footpaths, it's Canberra footpaths and access like that, and if it works for them, it works for everyone. So it would seem to make sense that the person who assesses the footpath is not just a technical expert on how we fix it, but also on what's the best outcome for all of society. That was all.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
fine. We'll take that on board.
Yanni, go.
Would these, when the report comes back, would these crews have scope to go to where we're doing existing capital projects?
That would be an existing capital project job. This is about maintenance work, so we do need to be really clear. This is about undertaking operational, OPEX-based maintenance work and improving the delivery of that around the city.
And are you able, will we get a sense of at what point would you do like a capital renewal for the footpath versus the maintenance renewal? Because like we've had examples in our area where we've had things, had the maintenance done, but actually made the situation worse.
So there will be a situation, as we talked about in the report, there will be a situation, there may be situations when they go out and do a make safe and it is programmed to come back as part of a larger renewal in a few months' time, and it could be months before they get back. But they will if there is a trip hazard or something that is a health and safety issue, they will make it safe and stable, and then they will come back, they will program that work. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the benefit would be in them actually going and doing the assessment to get it to a renewal if it needs a renewal?
We need to be really clear. They're not just doing the assessment. This is a crew that is going to go out and make it safe. They're going to do some work as well, do some physical work. So they're not just walking around marking things up. They are going out and doing the make safes as well. So they're a crew of construction workers getting out there to
I guess I'm concerned about the perverse incentive for a contractor to get paid for doing the maintenance work rather than to get something properly fixed through a different process.
I'd like to be really, really clear to the council, the whole of council and the community out there. Our contractors are really committed to providing us and our communities, of which they're part of, a really good service and a really good asset. So there aren't perverse outcomes, and we are working on that. That is what we work with our contractors to ensure doesn't happen.
Right. We've obviously had some issues around water assets where okay, but that's good. You've reassured us, and cool, great, thanks.
Lynette, that amendment that Sarah's putting up, is that going to restrict you on being able to do what?
That's what we do anyway.
Yeah, when you're
that's
doing
it's reconfirming it.
Right.
So
it won't narrow you up too much. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. So I'm happy to say that Celeste wants a question, followed by Mark.
Just timed it perfectly. Thank you for providing the extra information I realised it was short notice, and also for clarifying around the tree operational stuff. That would be great. Oh, sorry, can you not hear me? If there's a lot more work, so proactive, sort of identification of things that need to be made safe, which I think is a positive, will that then trigger more work in the pipeline for potential renewals? Like, do you foresee that this might then require us to allocate more budget? Because if it's getting put on sort of maybe a temporary kind of make safe program, and then it's put in the pipeline for further work, then we're actually potentially getting more work through the system.
That's the LTP stuff.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is we're not looking at crews gone out just to make something safe. We're looking at crews to go out there and actually fix the issue. What it will do then is lead into further discussions around long-term planning. That's what it will feed into.
So yes, I do anticipate that there will be more discussions leading up to the long-term plan in particular, and how do we program, and how much do we program on budget for the next 10 years. So that's it. The improvement of that condition data will then improve our conversations that we have with you about the long-term plan.
Thank you.
Mark, thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to check, we're talking about 2 crews here?
Yep.
And do we have any idea whereabouts in the city they might focus, or are they going to be basically scattergun all over the city?
So I've already worked with our contractors on here, and the plan is going to be based on a needs basis. So although we've got a contractor who looks after the southern area and another contractor who looks after north and central, they've both agreed that they will work across boundaries without any limitations. So wherever the need is.
Yep.
But they will cycle the network. Yeah. So that the point is they will cycle the network very much like we do with our current road pavement crews, that cycle the network looking for issues and fixing them, such as potholes.
Yep, very good. And because I guess one of the thoughts from my point of view is around older parts of town rather than newer parts of town. I guess they'll focus more on the likes of Linwood, Woolston, Hornby, those that have got older assets rather than the newer assets. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions. Tyler?
In layman's terms, can you run me through option 3 and the benefits and potential downsides of option 3?
Yep. So option 3 is that we have these we have a roving crew. They are a cyclical crew. They rotate around the network. So they're a couple of guys.
Yes, so we're talking about 2 3-person crews. So we're talking maybe 2 vehicles, small excavator, small hand tools, that kind of thing, doing find and fix projects. The benefits of this is at the moment, because it's been done through our contractors, following the contractors already, all their systems and processes that they already use. All we're doing is increasing the capacity of work that they can deliver. So they're already set up for it. So it's by far the most easiest and efficient way of delivering it. And the plan will be that they will work in not just with service requests that come through, but they'll be working through with contractors and council about wherever the need is, and they'll just be able to respond within 24 hours notice because they will be working on site. So if they hear about something, they can be there the following day to do proper fixes.
So to add to that, the other benefit is with our contractors, they are working inside our database system. So they work in the RAM database, so the information they use goes straight back into the database and improves that base of knowledge. The other advantage of it being with the contractors is that they, as a company, then take on the downtime risk as opposed to us. So wet weather, other events. But us having our contractors skilled up also improves our resilience. So should they be needed to take off to deal with emergency works, other issues, they can be redeployed via our contractor. So there's sort of win-win in that situation.
And by contractors, you're talking about like Hebbs and Fulton Hogan?
Yeah, it's Heb and Higgins are our two contractors.
Okay. The next question I've got is, when you're talking about that, is it patchwork, essentially?
Yeah, quite,
Essentially,
can be, yeah.
could be, yeah.
So for anything with substantial, that's anything, I guess, bigger than 10 metres?
Don't worry about the size. That's not really the issue. Yeah, all we're looking at is, with the likes of a 3-person crew on there, they can do slightly longer sections of footpath, but they can also do curb and channel. They can do other works in the shoulders.
Last question.
Yeah.
With Snapsy and Solve, and if anything like that comes up, is that their work stream or are they two separate ones?
No, it goes straight into our work stream.
Okay.
So Snapsy and Solve goes straight to them via that RAM database.
Oh, that
they
makes
know
sense.
that works there, and so it ties everything together with them doing it.
It's the most efficient way of us delivering this work.
Sounds awesome. Thanks for your mahi. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Another follow-up question. A lot of footpaths around, particularly some of the older areas, have moss and mildew type problems. Is that going to be part of the brief of this? Because
that's part of the brief. The issue is about the contractual levels of service. They won't be cleaned off necessarily. They will only be cleaned if they are creating a slip or a trip hazard.
Right.
So there's a balance in what we do, and everything. When we intervene depends on the value for that intervention.
Okay. I mean, one of the things I like, and of course, is when it's wet, it tends to be more of a slip or trip hazard than when it's dry.
That's when we clean it off.
And there are only certain times of the month we can do it to kill the growth.
Thank you.
Okay, one of the things that, correct me if I'm wrong, Lynette, people will go out to a job and say, right, go and fix this, but they will be given the licence to look 50 metres down the footpath and say, aha, while we're here, we'll do this. And that is the bit that everyone used to get revved up about. So
while we're here, we'll raise it and we'll have a conversation and we'll make sure we do the right thing, as opposed to just, And actually, to go back to Councillor Johansson's point before, that is the licence that we're giving and the working that we're giving working with our contractors. We are all about working together with those two contractors to deliver the right value service to our community.
Okay, thank you. So no more questions. I'm happy to move this. Anyone happy to? Thank you, Mark. Second it. So any debate? Sarah?
Thanks so much for your work on this. Footpaths are essential. Pedestrians are at the top of the transport hierarchy, and we need to make sure that our footpaths and the way that we maintain them makes it an attractive way for people to get about our city, people of all ages and abilities. And a lot of people young kids on scooters and those kind of things, and quite small hazards can trip them up and send them flying. We do need to make sure that we are careful with our trees, and I know that trees do cause, the roots cause some damage to footpaths. We can work around that for the most part. And that there are other issues with trees sometimes that cause inconvenience for property owners. But trees bring an enormous amount of benefit to the wider community and to the city as a whole. They bring a huge amount of amenity, and we know that our tree-lined streets in Christchurch have generally a higher property value than neighbouring streets, because the street itself is attractive to live in. They capture rainwater before it hits the street and help with our rain and our storm events. They provide space for the birds around the city, and they help with the urban heat effect, which is going to be ever increasing. We know that trees that we plant now and trees that are existing now are going to be essential in 10, 20 and 30 years' time. And the large ones we have now have been around for a lot longer. It's going to be tougher for them to grow as in our warming climate, and making sure that we retain as many as possible for as long as possible and work around them is essential. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work you guys have done on this. I totally support it. You know, as Phil mentioned, I've had so many complaints about footpaths, trip hazards, which I've sort of come to realise are really important. I do a lot of running in Burwood Forest. Now it's not a paved surface, but I've tripped over a few times in the last few years on routes and hurt myself. You know, I grazed arms and hurt my wrist, etc. I can't imagine how tough it would be for older people to trip and fall on some of our footpaths. So I just see this as enabling the work, you know, for us to be able to get stuff done, so to speak. And anything that you know, that helps and assists you guys with doing your job in a better way, I'm all in favour of. So, yeah, I'm really excited about this, and I'll be supporting it.
Yanni, and Mark again. Yeah, Yanni first.
Oh yeah, I totally support us looking at what we can do to improve roading and footpaths. I hope that with the same degree of efficiency and focus on getting a innovative solution to addressing the footpath issues, we can do the same with roading and with the craft projects, because I think people are really at their wits' end with repeatedly contacting council to get improvements and frustrated. And it comes through our residence survey, it comes through our quality of life survey, it comes through our annual plan, our long-term plan. People want us to do more to fix the basics, and so this is a really good start. I strongly support this. We just need to get on and do it. I was hoping to put a photo on the screen, but I'll just hold it up, but there's a brand new cycleway just gone in near the tannery, and that's the state of the footpath. And it's like, you kind of wonder, why wouldn't you, if you're building this brand new cycleway, fix the footpath at the same time, get the synergy with using the same contractor? There's been many times around this table where seeking a variation to a contract to get something that seems eminently sensible, more cost effective done and more efficient is sort of ruled out of order, which I can't understand. We've got challenges with our budgets, so let's be smarter, let's be more creative in how we do things to address the things that matter to people. And footpaths are a really important part of people being able to get around their neighbourhoods and walk, and so I absolutely support the focus on fixing this problem.
Thank you, Mark.
Here. I fully understand and hear that, Councillor Hanson, and I fully support this roving footpath solution. I mean, our footpaths are the, you know, grassroots of our communities. Everyone uses them. We should be getting these assets fixed, you know, soon as, so that we can have people becoming happy with what we do as a council, having more mobility in their own neighbourhoods without having trip hazards in the way and slip hazards. So I think the sooner we can get this through and operational, the better, so that we can start getting that improvement in service and satisfaction amongst our community. So I'll be certainly support this today.
Thanks, Phil. I absolutely support this, and I commend the work that staff have done on it. I was at a community meeting a few months ago where a wise man said, "Everybody has a footpath," to which the resounding result callback was "No, we don't." So while I'm really supportive of this, I also hope that the enthusiasm that this council has for footpaths extends to Banks Peninsula, where many of our communities don't have any footpath at all on their streets, and sometimes in places where kids are walking to school, and in other places where people really need them. So, but apart from that, absolutely support.
Thank you for thinking that I was a wise man once. So we've got a mover and a seconder. No more debate. I'd like to put. Oh yes, Celeste.
I also want to thank staff for the amount of work that they put in this and the really clear information that you've provided. I'm in support of this, and I think in addition to this, I'm looking forward to seeing what information we get back in terms of taking a sort of longer term view and in terms of addressing the lack of investment in the maintenance and renewal budget. I'm aware that we don't spend enough to maintain or renew our existing roads and footpaths. So I think that this work will help inform that discussion for the long-term plan, because I think that whilst it's good to have a short-term fix, and I support anything that will improve our approach to fixing what is obviously a very important issue to all ratepayers, I also think we need to look at those longer-term solutions. So I'm fully in support and look forward to further work on the other areas that we need to address. So thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. No more debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No, carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help, and thank you, Steve and Lynette. Yeah. Got to get things done, Mel. Now, what I want to do is have 15 minutes at 11 o'clock so we can go out and listen to the carols, but I'd like to fire in item number 14, the Mayor's report, which you will have all read from cover to cover. I'd like to move it. And Sam will second it. Any discussion? Any debate? No. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, carried. So we'll be back here at 11:15, please. 6 and hopefully get to the point where we can move on. So, where were we at? Lynn, are you going to?
I've asked Ruth to.
So we have we have looked at extending the ban in the area that was suggested. However, the boundary is not a clear boundary, and it's not while it shows here as a stream, it's not at all clear that that is the boundary. And remembering that bans only apply to public places and not to private places, even when they're publicly accessible, unless the owner of the private place agrees. And at this stage, we don't have the owner's agreement to extend the ban. And I'm going to ask.
Yeah, so the area in question in public land, the church and school normally, if they were ringing police would attend those areas and deal with it under the Trespass Act anyways. So there's already legislation in place to cover those specific areas. If it's out on the street along those areas of concern, then it is captured within the proposed liquor ban area.
Okay, so we can extend it out?
No, so we're sticking with the original plan.
Okay.
Happy with that. It's on both sides of the road. I think the map's slightly misleading because it looks like it's only one side, and it looks like those public roads are missed, but they're actually covered, which is good. And then if there is an issue with the church, that gives the ability for councillors to address it. So that makes sense.
So did you have a question, Tyler?
Just a question around the signage. Is there a sign that says the liquor ban ends here?
The signage will identify, basically the signage will include the map.
Yeah, because it's technically a deterrent, right? And it's able for you guys to action legal force. So, I mean, that's a win. I think that's fine, yeah.
And that's the importance of having clear, defined boundaries, and that's why we normally use streets.
I see.
Because it's just easier. When we're looking at a creek, which may or may not exist now, it's just not feasible. It doesn't work.
Yeah, cool.
Right. Any other questions? All right. So you see the item number 4 that's been written there. Do you understand that?
So given the advice that's just been provided to you, and given the fact that we can, with the use of the Trespass Act, ensure that the original objective is being met, there is no longer a need to subdelegate because the actual proposal is in fact in keeping with what the council's intentions are.
Right. So recommendation 4 is removed. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. So we're back to square one. It's only taken an hour. No, this is very good. It's good discussion. So, no, it's great. So, did we have a mover and seconder way back then?
No.
No, we didn't. So, there's Mark's moving and Celeste is seconding. Sorry. So, any discussion and debate? Aaron?
This is where I grew up on St John Street there, where we saw the picture of the church on the corner, which is the great drinking church. That's its formal name. And that was where I was baptised, in that church, and it's where I went to youth group. That's why I'm such a pillar of society now, from the straight and narrow that they put me on. I'm fully supportive of this drinking alcohol ban in Woolston. Weirdly, when I grew up there, you didn't really need it. The behaviour in the area has changed considerably, and the shops and stuff have changed. It's no longer the village it once was. And so I do support this, but I also support liquor bans. I'd go for a blanket one across the entire city. I don't think drinking in public is cool, funny or smart. Drinking is for bars, at home, in clubs. places where there's some form of responsibility. But you and your mates grabbing a box of woodies and heading down the local park, down the street or whatever to get chopped and then intimidate people in any neighbourhood, any park, any beach is not cool. And the sooner we move to it across the entire city, I think it'll help just steer people's behaviour. And then when for police enforcement going forward, it's just like, hey dudes, you can't drink on the street, pop into your property or whatever. It just tidies it up a lot. Otherwise, we do these piecemeal things everywhere, which is just moving along people who've got problems and are allowed to drink in public with their problems. It doesn't solve it, whereas guidelines help, and I think an alcohol ban is a guideline. It's going to be helpful here. It's just a tool. It's not going to solve the problem. It's not DREAM, but it will be helpful and give some powers to the police when they need to use them. So fully supportive.
Thank you, Aaron. So, Kelly?
Yeah, I totally agree with Aaron and totally support this, and would love to see a citywide drinking ban so that people don't drink in parks and places like that. I think it sends a really clear message, and I'm really excited for the people of Woolston to be able to bring this ban into place. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Mark?
Yeah, I just want to speak to it and say that, look, empowering our communities to have control is really what, as a council, we need to be about. And having this alcohol ban into Woolston to give them the ability to control problems in their village, I think is absolutely fantastic. And the more we can do this around the city to help give the community the tools they need, I think the better it is for all of us. So certainly supportive.
Thank you, that's very good. So no more, yep, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Right, carried. Righto. We might. I'll just get rid of some easy ones. Let's do the appointment number 12. The appointment of the recess committee for over Christmas time, please. Have we got staff to talk that? You'll have to move it.
Oh, so sorry.
We're all over it here.
Can we just confirm the names?
Yes, please. Thanks, Sam.
So if we could just confirm, are we happy to have both Councillor Henstock and Peters as the name too?
All good? Sarah?
Can I just suggest, I mean, hopefully there's enough of us around. I'm just thinking that if the mayor or deputy mayor weren't here and something major happened, it might be useful to have someone who has been on council for a wee while and knows the processes and things. I don't know. That was all. Like,
are you volunteering, Sarah?
Not necessarily. I just know that this got raised last Christmas. Yeah.
Staff will be here, and I'm only an hour away on a plane, so I'm not.
Yeah, if you can get a plane in, like if it's a major, storm. That's that kind of. I just don't know whether there was. You're here? Yeah.
Everyone is able to come though, so I'm here as well. So we'll be there.
Yeah.
So we put an extra one in?
Yeah. It was just a thought. Like I didn't want to put something on someone who's new if something happened, right? It was rather than. Yeah.
Hopefully there'll be nothing to do.
Hopefully there'll be nothing to do.
So no, thank you for that, Sarah. That's very good. So we've got them all there. Thank you, Sam. So I'll put the no more discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Right. So shall we? Is Helen here? Helen. We'll do number 11. The residual disinfection chlorine exemption for drinking water.
You and somebody else.
Could you just maybe confirm that it was the mayor and
Just pick me.
Morning.
Yeah, morning. Hello.
So, my name is Helen Beaumont. For those who haven't met me, I think I've met everybody now.
And the residual disinfection report is just an overview of the exemption application process and where we're sitting for the main supply, which is for Christchurch City, and divided into a number of zones, and then for the supplies across Banks Peninsula. It's timely, of course, because there's an article in the newspaper this morning saying that Te Mata Arawai has declined the first application. We haven't seen the details of that, so we can't comment on what the implications of that are for our supplies. However, we will obtain that. So Te Mata Arawai, of course, is the new drinking water regulator. They put out the new rules back in July and the new standards. All of our drinking water safety plans were updated to meet those by November the 15th this year. And we're now going through a process of applying for exemptions. So 2 applications are in, one for the Brooklands Kainga zone here in Christchurch, and one for technical exemptions from a number of monitoring and reporting requirements that we can't yet meet just because of the technology that we have in place. So those technical exemptions are not about the safety of the water as such, but about the reporting systems on the water quality and the controls that are in place. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this.
Aaron, and then Mark, and then Jan.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Helen. Of all the councils across New Zealand that have done all this work and been scrambling around to meet all of the new standards, how many have been granted exemptions so far?
That's the first decision that I'm aware of. So
None.
the applications have been going in the latter half of this year, once the guidelines were released, and that's the first decision that I'm aware of.
And that
There may have been others, but not that I'm aware of.
Right, so we haven't heard of anyone actually getting one yet?
No, we haven't.
Cool.
Mark, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Helen, for your report and for the timetabling there. Am I reading it correctly that in West Christchurch we're looking at 3 years before any applications are likely to be made? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
It seems extraordinary that the Te Mata Arawai is making it so difficult for us all to get rid of this pesky chlorine that we've been...
We don't actually know yet. So until we get feedback on our first application, we don't actually know how challenging it will be. But it is fair to say that, given that in the legislation there is a requirement for residual disinfection unless an exemption is obtained, that they do mean it to be a high bar to get that exemption.
Thank you.
Pauline?
Helen, do you know when we'll hear back on the detail of why it was declined?
The one for Selwyn?
No, you said that our one was declined.
No, only one has. There's only one decision been issued, and that was in the newspaper today, and that was for Rakaya Huts, which is Selwyn District Council supply.
Right, so you haven't heard back on ours yet?
No.
The Brooklands Kainga one?
But I understand, Helen, that they've got a list of things that if they fix those, I'm under the impression that if they're fixed, they could be all right, but they don't know yet, do they?
I can only go by what is reported in the newspaper,
Same.
and that's no disrespect to any journalists that are present.
Feel free.
Doesn't always tell the whole story, so I'd prefer not to comment until I see the report.
Welcome, Stephen. Oh, sorry, Yana, you had a question?
Yeah. So, by the time the exemption process for most of these comes into effect, or we apply for them, we won't be doing water anymore.
That's correct.
What's the? I mean, I'm just trying to get my head around in terms of the new water entities, like what ability do we have to get them, require them to seek exemptions?
Well, that will be through the various levels of governance in the new water services entity, but the approach we're taking within Three Waters and as a council is that we're continuing to operate and plan for our Three Waters network services as though we're going to continue to supply them. And indeed, for most of my group, they will, but it will be under a new entity and under new governance. However, the planning remains much the same in terms of managing the risk and delivering the services to the community. So we will continue to plan as though we are still going to continue to deliver these services. And indeed, after the general election, there may be some changes. So we need to plan for all scenarios.
Right. And in terms of the water zones, like we were looking at smaller water zones, is any of that work able to be done so that we can seek exemptions quicker? Like, I'm just mindful of central Christchurch, which has a huge catchment. But if we were to rezone into some smaller zones, maybe those zones could seek an exemption earlier instead of waiting for 5 years.
So we are continuing the work on the water rezoning, and we're just modifying the modelling for that to take into account the new land use zoning and the proposed growth areas across the city. And yes, that will give us better control of those smaller zones, and we may be able to advance that timetable. The central zone, the big challenge, of course, is the reservoirs. So yes, breaking that zone up will help.
Right. And just the final question is, could we bring forward any funding to help get these exemptions sooner, particularly for the central zone? Like, if we wanted to make resources available to get the exemption applied for quicker than 5 years, how could we do that?
Well, that would be a long-term plan conversation. However, the real challenge with the water supply is getting those reservoirs offline, and we can only do that in the winter, and we can only do a certain number each winter. Otherwise, the supply is at risk. So it's hard to go too much faster, even if you had unlimited budget to do so.
Pauline? Oh, sorry, Aaron?
So, Helen, even though no one's got sick from our water before, and we're fixing all these problems and jumping to these new standards, do we know that they are going to allow the takeout of chlorine? Because if their plan says there must be residual disinfectant, because you could get a breach at your gate coming up to your house, so without residual disinfectant you could get sick.
No, they only look at to the point of supply. So on the customer side, if you have an issue on your side, that is not taken into consideration. So it's about our side of the network. However, to answer your first question, do I know? No, I don't. So until we get a response back on the Brooklands Kaianga application, we won't know what our chances are of getting an exemption.
So just because the public are listening, with the Brooklands one, every single box that we could possibly tick has been ticked. So if you were to get an exemption, it would be that one. Is that what we're saying?
We believe so.
Okay.
However, it's like going through an audit for the first time. Until you know what the auditors are looking for, you don't really know what information, what documentation, what controls are important to them. So that's what we're doing. We're going through for the first time, we expect them to come back to us and ask for further information, and we expect then to have a conversation about that further information.
But you work with some of the best water engineers in the country. You and your team would have gone, we can't make this any better. This is as good as it gets. So if we're going to get an exemption, this would be it?
We do think the Brooklands Kaianga is our best chance, yes.
Cool. So once we get that, that'll really set the playing field to, yes, there's a possibility, or maybe we shouldn't be spending as much money because there is no chance anyone's ever getting an exemption.
We'll wait and see what we get back, yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Just one question from me, Helen, and it sort of follows along from what Yanni was saying, which I thought was a good question. Are we in a little bit of, I won't say fool's paradise, not the word to use, of doing our, putting our exemptions in, asking for exemptions, when it all changes in 2024, they could just flatly say, no exemptions, this is what we're doing. Are we run the risk of that at all?
No, the Taumata Arawai are separate to the new water services entity. So the legislation for Taumata Arawai is already in place. The requirements for exemptions are already in place, and the new rules and standards are already in place. So we know what we're dealing with on the compliance side. The water services entities, in terms of the decision making, is another thing. So that is much less clear, and there's a lot more work to be done over the next 18 months in terms of the transition and how each council will interact with the new water services entities.
Okay, thank you for that. Timothy?
With the hugely expensive layer cake of bureaucracy which Three Waters has created or is going to create, would we be able to work out exactly who makes the decision for exemptions? Because you're saying that somewhere in that layer cake is the decision level.
There's two levels of decision. One is whether or not you wish to apply for an exemption, and that is the supplier, so in this case the council, and in the future the new water services entity, and then who approves an exemption or not, and that is Taumata Arawai.
So the new water entity has nothing to do with that then?
Taumata Arawai is the regulator,
okay.
So they make the decision, that's correct.
So I thought you mentioned before that we didn't quite know who was going to make, once Three Waters is up and running, that we didn't know who would be making that decision, but it is the new Te Ara.
That's the first decision, as to how you wish to operate your water supply, so and whether or not you wish to apply for an exemption.
Well, we've already kind of had that discussion, so we do want to, don't we?
That's correct.
Yep. So, yeah, but I'm just kind of getting confused listening, because is it going to be worth it? Because you're saying we don't know whether we're going to get, but if Te Arawai are the final decision makers, we should actually be concentrating on them, shouldn't we, with regards to. So where does Three Waters kind of govern that? Doesn't at all.
Not at present, no. I was just answering the question from Councillor Johansson when I referred to the new water services entities.
Okay.
Sorry, Helen, if I may, in terms of asking when the entities are up and running, how does a council like us get a voice in to influence them to continue to apply for exemptions for chlorine?
That is still unclear.
Thank you.
And emerging, if you like.
No, that's cool. Any more questions? Melanie has very nicely moved it. And sorry, Yanni, you've got a question.
Well, just quickly, based on that kind of point, like, is there a way that we can apply for the exemptions before we go to the new water entity, so we've got them in the system?
Again, I wouldn't want to apply for any more exemptions until we have the response on the Kāinga Brooklands, and so we know really where we stand and what is important to Taumata Arawai and where they see the strengths and weaknesses, if you like, of the water safety plan that we have in place.
Right. So we could, but I mean, obviously we've got...
Once we have that back, we will have a look at that timetable, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Helen. So we've now got a mover and seconder in Tyrone. So any discussion, any debate? Yes, Tyrone? Yep.
I just want to thank you for the report and just thank Helen and others, and Jane and Tim Drennan and many others who have really gone to the next level to do exceptional work in Birdlings Flat in particular. So just to thank you from me.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, Helen, also for clarifying those bits during the questions. And I think the public of Christchurch can have a lot of confidence in the way you're doing this, because if we're going to get an exemption, it will be the one you've got in, and then that will give us a clear direction going forward on whether we can get others. So I think you've clarified that today. That's really helpful, and I think people can have confidence over the summer that we kind of might know where we're going, or might, on the other side of Christmas, and hopefully we will. So thank you for that, and you've made that really clear, so that's great.
I want to acknowledge the work that staff have done. I think what this does is paint a really bleak picture of the government's reforms in this space and the complexity and the challenges. For the new councillors may not recall, but when we had a meeting up on the 6th floor with Department of Internal Affairs, when they first announced they were looking at the water issue, we asked a very simple question: can you please just clarify what the exemption process is to get the temporary chlorine removed out of our water as soon as possible? And that was probably about 4, maybe 5 years ago, and we still have no clear understanding, and we're waiting on decisions from a new regulator. But in the meantime, we've had to spend a huge amount of resource and money addressing a risk which is pretty small. And, you know, history post-earthquake would show that actually we do manage our water supply pretty good in this city. We have exceptional staff that generally are really good at keeping an eye on it because we value the fact that we don't have treated water and we want that to continue. So, you know, this is really frustrating, but I do appreciate the really clear information in a very complex environment that staff are presenting today. It's just incredibly disappointing that we're still waiting to get the exemptions to remove the temporary chlorination from our water supply or the residual disinfectant for the permanent. And, you know, I just think it's inherently unfair for government to have put this burden on our city with all the other pressures that we've been under post-earthquake. But, you know, I think obviously it'll be up to the new entity. There's already been signals that there'll be possibly significant price increases in terms of charging for water. I hope that the work that we can do in the meantime will get us in a good position that when we apply for the exemption, it can be granted, because people want the chlorine out of the water as soon as possible, and we need to be really focused on that.
Thank you, Yanni. And it's not so much also the burden on the city, it's also the burden on staff who've been, you know, I remember last Christmas, they all worked through Christmas time to get a result for the government, and it didn't get listened to. So anyway, moving right along, I'd like to put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you, carried. Right, now, well, while you're there, Helen, we'll do item number 10.
So yes, it has been a busy year for Three Waters, and of course for much of the year we have been reconfiguring our wastewater. Apologies. Has been a busy year for us. For much of the year we've been reconfiguring our wastewater treatment plant out east of the city. We've weathered the July storms and of course done a whole lot of work to comply with these new drinking water regulations and standards. As well as that, we've bidding in our new maintenance contract with City Care Water, which has new ways of working between the two organisations and new performance indicators, so that's also required a bit of work in the back office. In terms of consent compliance, I'm pleased to say there are no significant non-compliances at the moment and no current enforcement action. And of course that is largely due to the improvements out at the wastewater treatment plant, and that interim treatment process has significantly reduced odours and brought our discharge quality back within all of the target parameters. So we're delighted by that.
Is that going to be, as he said?
All of our water safety plans have been revised to meet the new standards as much as we can and the new quality assurance rules, and they were all submitted to Taumata Arawai in November. Now that did require the quality and compliance team to do a significant amount of work because we had from the 25th of July when those rules were finalised until the 15th of November to get everything updated and submitted. We have had some non-compliances across our drinking water supplies. Largely, those are about the monitoring and reporting rather than a risk to the safety of the drinking water. However, we are working hard on ensuring that we improve our performance there, and I note that the Auditor General has called out drinking water compliance in their latest report looking across local government, and there's a much greater scrutiny of compliance on all aspects of drinking water. The only supply where we do have a significant issue is Devotial, where the treatment plant does need upgrading, and we've got works underway on that site at the moment. And that's about the source water, which carries a high sediment load whenever it rains over there, and our treatment plant struggles to cope. And of course we've been tankering water across from Akaroa when that happens. We are, of course, working closely with Taumata Arawai, and in the report you'll see that we've reported a number of notifications that have been made to Taumata Arawai whenever there's an incident or we have bacteria detected within our water supply, and that's a requirement under the new legislation. We have, of course, also completed some work on fluoride with concept designs for introducing fluoride and costs for fluoride across our supplies. That work has all gone across to the Ministry of Health, and correspondence indicates that any direction is unlikely until later in 2023, with compliance after the 1st of July 2024, which of course is the proposed date for the new water services entities. And that reflects really the complexity of our supply and the high cost of introducing fluoride. We did have a very wet July, and most of you will remember that. Our network and our basins performed very, very well through those 3 storms. And while we had high levels of water in our rivers, our streams and our drains, and some in low-lying roads, we didn't have reports of extensive flooding of houses, and very few businesses were affected apart from those that, as we know, are in low-lying areas. So it was good to see. So my team have been busy and are tired and are looking forward to Christmas break, like all of us. Happy to answer questions.
Pauline.
Thanks, Ellen. Thank you. Really good report again. Look, I'm just a little bit confused. Page 95, when you're talking about non-compliance details, and you did mention devotionals there, but when you're looking at the next one, Christchurch WTPs, protozoa compliance, and you're looking at the secure groundwater criteria has not been re-established. And now Taumata Arawai is asking us to test the groundwater over 3 years for bacterial monitoring. Can you explain that, how that's going to affect things? This is a new rule, is it?
That's correct. So they've changed the rules. So the old secure bore status has gone, and there's a new Class 1 source water status that requires 3 years of monitoring to demonstrate the absence of bacteria and protozoa. So that's the new work that is required.
And that's starting from now, is it?
Where we've got existing data, we can use that. However, a lot of it is not continuous enough to meet the new rules. So it's about the frequency of monitoring.
Okay, and then how does that relate to the ageing of the water? That program?
It doesn't. It doesn't. That's another stream of work that we did under the old source water, under the old secure bore status. We will still do that ageing of water so that we understand the water in the aquifers and the movement of water in those aquifers.
Yeah.
However, it's unlikely to be used to demonstrate compliance with Class 1 source water.
And so that, until we've done that 3 years of testing, there'll be no exemptions anyway. Does it relate?
No, not necessarily. But until we've done that, we won't get that Class 1 source water status.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question in the report.
All right.
So it was page 103. Just a comment there about the 24/7 street lights. I didn't understand that.
So on top of the street lights, there's a communications network, but they're not enabled 24/7. So the power doesn't go to them, every hour of every day. So we are upgrading the power supply to the network out in Rāwhiti, so that we can use the smart communications from the new smart water meters.
Oh, so that's just for the meters, not for having the lights on 24/7.
Indeed.
Exactly. Thank you. That's
Indeed,
clear.
it's the communications network.
Thanks, Helen.
So so the communications network would only work at night time when the street lights are on. Is that how it powered up, or am I missing something?
Yes, but now we're powering it 24/7 in those areas where we're piloting the smart water meters.
Okay. Just one more question from me. Can you give us a wee update on the ECAN interpretation of water take? Is that quietly going through? Because that's holding up, from what I understand, a number of your stormwater basins.
It has held up a number of our stormwater basins. We are continuing to work closely with Environment Canterbury on this. And for the gardeners' stormwater basins, we have separated our consents into a construction phase and an operations phase, and we have consented the construction phase of those. And we're now working with Environment Canterbury on the Waitaki Basin, and we'll continue to work through those over the next few days, racing up to Christmas, and then in the new year.
Because as you and I both know, we don't want to be having a poor old contractor start in the middle of April to do a stormwater basin that's probably going to be half full of water.
That's correct. We would prefer to do that work over the dry months.
Yeah, thank you. So, Yanni, sorry.
Thanks. Several questions. One is, just wanted to check if there'd been any update on the Knights Drain ponds and also the Waitaki Street flood management, because I'm mindful that we've also got the Pages Road Bridge as well, and I just wasn't quite sure how all those three projects are fitting together, given that they're in the same bit of real estate.
I'll have to come back to you on the detail of those. So Knights Drains Ponds, I know that work is underway.
Yeah, it said that we were an award for the contract was expected December 2022.
Yes. Waitaki Street is continuing, and we're just working through the second round of consents on those. And then you wanted to know the link with Pages Road Bridge?
Well, if you take the Waitaki one, I would have thought if you need a consent, with the Pages Road Bridge, you probably need to incorporate.
No, that's separate consents for the Pages Road Bridge work, but we are working with Transport to make sure that what we're doing in terms of the stormwater basins aligns with what they're doing with the road.
Yeah.
Okay, Pauline's got. Sorry, Yanni.
And then the other question I had was just around the wastewater treatment plants. I think it's page 106. Are we able to get an update on what's happening with the external independent review? There's no mention of it in here. We did pass a resolution on July 28th asking the Chief Executive to provide us the advice on the scope and timetable for the review, but the only thing we've been told is that the terms of reference are with legal, but we've been given no information about the time frame or what the scope is, and I'm just wondering when we're able to get that, or if that can be provided.
Yes, I can answer that question. So the terms of reference internally is now complete, and I undertake to share it with members following this. In parallel, going through a process to identify an appropriate independent reviewer, and the schedule at this stage, we'd expect the work of the review to be complete in April.
Is there any ability for us to clarify or check in with that community group, reference group that we established around the proposed terms of reference before they're finalised?
As far as what's in the terms of reference, the community feedback will be incorporated into that review.
Sorry, I think it's two different things. There's the review itself, which I appreciate, but the setting of the terms of reference, are we able to talk to the community liaison group just to ensure that the terms of reference are adequate for maybe to address the concerns that they may have?
So what we have is, I think James.
Kia ora. No, at this stage we're not proposing to go to the community communications liaison group on the terms of reference, but the terms of reference are going to be broad, and that group will be one of the key groups that we will be, or our reviewer will be talking to. So all of the members of that group will be invited to talk to the reviewer.
Okay. So will we at a governance level as councillors have the ability to have input into the terms of reference?
So the terms of reference are about to be signed off by the executive. We'll share those with elected members once they're signed off. They are broad though, so in terms of your concerns, I'm sure we will have captured those issues.
Right.
So Yanni, does that, and Celeste after Pauline, but Yanni, does that answer your questions and you won't need to put that amendment up?
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully, although I am still concerned that we don't get any input before the terms of reference are agreed. I would have thought it would have been quite helpful just to, have comfort at a governance level that the terms of reference are relevant. And I think that was kind of the whole idea behind asking on the 28th of July for that to be advised to us. So
it sounds like it's been done already.
Well, no, they're going to be signed off and then we're going to be told.
Yeah.
I guess it would be good just to have an additional step where if they could be circulated before they were finalised and we could just provide any sort of feedback.
Okay, I'll talk to Mary. Okay, Pauline?
Thank you.
Just a quick question on the Ilam stream, Helen, and it's just saying that investigations into the improvements are continuing. Well, it started in February, but ongoing progress is limited. So what's the reason for that?
We're a bit short on stormwater planning engineers at the moment, so we've had to prioritise the work rather ruthlessly, and Ilam stream didn't get high on the list.
And is that to what do you call it? To recharge it, or what are we doing with it?
No, there's no. Well,
isn't there an issue because there's no water in it?
Possibly, although we don't tend to supplement streams across the city because that involves pumping and moving the water from another place.
So, could I just ask if we get a wee memo about what is actually happening or intended to happen with that? Because there's the two issues there. One is there's no water, and the other one is what are we doing?
Can we hold that until possibly the end of March when we've got staff available to have a look at it?
Yep, a memo at the end of March. That'd be fine, thank you.
One thing, it falls into that water take department too, doesn't it, Helen?
No.
No, it won't?
No, this is a separate issue.
But if we're taking water out of the ground?
If it was aquifer recharge, it would, wouldn't it? Be affected by the ECAN ruling?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Okay.
Celeste?
All good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, Pauline's happy to move it. Aaron's happy to second it. Any discussion, debate?
I thought we were just going to get some additional advice around whether or not the elected members could have some input into the terms of reference.
Yes, so after the terms of reference have been finalised, we're happy to circulate it particularly to the two councillors that were involved in the working group to provide some feedback, but we don't want it to go through a formal sign-off process because that will just delay the process. So we'll send it to you for your feedback, and then we'll make the final decision.
Yeah. And I think Kelly's also the three local ward councillors, I think would be really appreciated.
Yep. Okay, good as gold.
Yep.
So, you got another question?
No, I just want to speak to it.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, just to actually, it's the last report of the year, and just to recognise the incredible amount of work in this particular work stream in the three waters, and we don't need to go into the issues of all the challenges that we all know about, but to thank Helen and your team for the incredible work. These are really good reports, and just looking at the photos of the basins here that you put in every time and where they're at, and the phenomenal amount of capital that we're pouring into this this remediation is incredible, and the way we're benefiting the environment as a result is really, really heartwarming as well. But thank you, Helen, so much for really good reports every time. Cheers.
First time speaking today. Helen, I just want to thank you as a newly elected member for your concise and clear reporting. It's really, really awesome to be able to see that, and it's making it really easy to decide on things. So thank you very much for your mahi, and I wish you the best Christmas.
Alrighty. Yanni?
Yeah, I mean, I too just want to reflect a little bit on the end of the year, just to say that, it's been really good that the work that's happened at the wastewater treatment plant, to the best of my knowledge, has really gone a long way to reducing the significant odours that were coming from that plant. And so, I just want to acknowledge the hard work that staff have done to get the temporary transitional solutions in place. And, heading into summer, hopefully we can just get a little bit more communication out to the community about what's happening with the discoloration, and just how we're going to monitor it going forward, and also maybe just to highlight the review. But I just want to talk to the importance of the external review happening sooner rather than later. And we've just received the external review into what happened in terms of the Cramner Square protests. And it's just, I think, really important that we do learn lessons, both good and bad, from things that we experience as a city, so that we can improve in the future. And there's been a lot of good stuff happen, I'm sure, but there's also been some concerns that the community have raised. And the longer we leave doing the review, the less likely it is that we can capture everything to the best of our ability. So I think it is really important that we do focus on it, and I'm glad to hear staff advise that they're expecting that review to be done by April next year, because I think it is really important that we do
get that review done to help give the community confidence that we will learn what we can from what's happened, so that we will be in a better position if we do have this sort of accidents in the future. So just wanted to really thank staff though for getting on top of the odour issue there. You know, it has made a huge difference. We've still got, unfortunately, the organics plant, which is a separate issue, but the treatment plant, I think, is performing good in terms of reducing that odour, and that's appreciated.
Thank you very much. So we've got a mover and a seconder. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to item 9, because at 12:30 we have VO. Yeah, we have VO coming in, and they'll be waiting outside. So if we can maybe, he said, in anticipation, get through number 9 by 12:30, that would be good.
Kia ora tātou. I'll very quickly introduce this item, which is the review of the solid waste bylaws. That is due to go out, well, the request is to go out to consultation on a new bylaw. The aim is to combine 2 bylaws that we currently have, the waste management bylaw and the clean fill and waste handling bylaw, into one. This will be the new bylaw that is the draft bylaw that is proposed is attached, and the terms and conditions are attached to the report. It covers off the handling and management of waste, so mainly facilities that are handling it and the curbside collection work. The main changes are predominantly that are proposed are predominantly the combination of 2 bylaws into one, which will reduce confusion and reduce administrative burden for both parties. We're also aiming to enact the changes that were indicated as from past consultation with regard to the opt-out options and the variation in bin options. It'll also require management plans for large events and construction activity to reduce waste going to landfill, and address issues regarding things like unaddressed mail, flyers and donation boxes. What it doesn't cover are materials that are not a waste stream. So that does cover the shopping trolley issue that has been raised on many occasions. We have a process for dealing with shopping trolleys, which is through the Snap Send Solve, and they are directed directly back to the organisations that own them. They are not waste, they need to be picked up and taken back. We have suggested in a briefing that we ask the question through the consultation of our residents as part of the consultation whether they believe that this is an issue and we should address it as part of this bylaw. So we will do that as part of the consultation material. The other thing that it doesn't cover are storage yards. So, for example, scrap metal yards. They are covered under the district plan review, and in fact the bylaw references where users of sites need to comply with district plan rules and regulations. So what we're not trying to do is rewrite those. They are covered under the district plan. So the bylaw doesn't cover that. So scrap metal yards are a good example. It is not a waste stream. It is deemed to be a storage yard because it's not a waste material. So I know there will be differing opinions about that, but that is where we are at with that right now. And we are not looking to change the district plan as part of this bylaw. So that is my very quick introduction, and we'll put it out there for questions, so if you want to.
Tim? Just a nice simple one. in some areas where I've gone, the shopping trolleys, you take them out, not that I was doing a runner with one, and the wheels lock, so you can only take them to the perimeter. What organisations like ourselves, we always there are rules to never deal with something at the source, pollutant water coming off galvanised roofing and things like that. If the property owner was required or the manufacturer was required to coat it before it left their factory, the community wouldn't have to be paying for it through us. So is there a way through our bylaws, etc., that we could require supermarkets to have locking trolleys? Because what is the cost to our community? Our ratepayers are costing paying for something.
No. Short answer in that is no.
Okay.
It's not that simple an answer. The issue is that actually shopping trolleys at the present time are not a big cost to us, because through the SnapSend Solve system they go directly to the request to pick them up goes directly to the business and they go and pick it up. We don't incur the cost for shopping trolleys.
Because my other question was a stupider one, which was going to be, can we confiscate them and sell them back to them? But we can't do that.
If we want to be able to find them, we do need to have a clause in here that is part of it. That's why we are suggesting that as part of the consultation, we put it out there to say, is it an issue that the community wants us to address as part of the bylaw? But there will be an associated cost and impact to this business if it is. So, and to the ratepayer if it is part of this bylaw, because then we will have to engage. So, our proposal is that we ask that question as part of the consultation material. If it comes back that it is, then you will get full information about what the reality of that means and what the costs to the ratepayer are.
Yep, thank you.
Because we've got a compliance role then.
Yep.
Yeah, so just on the shopping trolley one, because I think it's the wrong way round, that the supermarket gets punished for supplying a service, because it's to carry your groceries around as you pick them up and get them out to your car, or the bus stop or whatever. But it's the people who are taking it from the supermarket and then just wandering off for many blocks and then finish with that into the creek or leave it on the road or whatever. They're the problem. Well, the bylaw give the supermarkets the power to say our trolley goes this far. Once it's beyond that, it's theft or something.
So it won't solve the problem. There's current legislation that allows the supermarkets to deal with that. The issue we've got is that that is up to the supermarkets to deal with.
Right.
Not us. That's not our property.
So what legislation does the supermarket have to use?
It's theft. So they can deal with it that way, but it's outside the bounds of our realm, and it's not something the bylaw can deal with.
Okay. I've just never seen a sign anywhere saying that, other than the ones Tim talks about where it tells you where it locks off, but to say don't take your trolley beyond the car park limit, or they don't exist, but it just... But, oh well.
Good. Karen?
Regarding the opt-out thing, so I just want to make sure that I understand it absolutely clearly. So if I was a resident of, say, Birdlings Flat, for example, I can opt out of curbside collection, and if I opt out, I don't pay the targeted rate. Is that
No, that is not quite straightforward. The opt-out options, you need to have another alternative option. So it is more around multi-unit developments.
Equivalent. You need to have equivalent.
You need to have an equivalent service that minimises the maximises the diversion of waste from landfill and collection.
So the Birdlings Flat transfer station is not an equivalent service?
No, it's not.
It's designed for where you have a high number of residents together. They may be having a commercial operator coming in and providing that service. It may be due to space. They don't have enough to have the wheelie bin service. So if they can provide an equivalent service, then they have the ability to opt out. So they're not paying twice.
So the residents of Birdlings Flat wouldn't have any option but to accept curbside collection.
Unless they got together and had another commercial system that was doing the same thing.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As is the same for residents in Northwood or residents in Cashmere or residents anywhere in the city.
But Yanni's next, but I'll just throw a question in. So for my sense, we're condensing 2 into 1,
yep.
which I think is great because it's going to save a lot of grief and admin and stuff like that. But just so I'm clear, there's no, I shouldn't use the word hidden, there's no other changes in there. The bylaws remain the same, they're just under one roof. Or is there lots of others?
There's quite a lot of changes, and they are outlined in the report and summarised in section 1.5 of the report. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I saw some. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So have I got is 0? And you've got another question?
I didn't even get to ask one. So can I just check? So I gave staff a photo. I don't know if they can put it up on the screen. I just wanted to check with staff if that would be more than 30 tonnes of waste and whether that would be covered in the bylaw.
No, that's not more than 30 tonnes of waste because that's not deemed to be waste.
So that's just on Garland's Road and it's just
It
a
is
whole bunch
not,
of demolition.
that is not waste.
Debris? That's not waste.
That is not waste.
And the definition of waste is in the Waste Act, which is what we're...
Right. So what about like a demolition, like in the bylaw, you state that there's other waste matters, construction and demolition waste management plan.
And so the definition of waste under the Act is?
Material that's going to
landfill.
Disposal to land or incinerated.
Right.
So and that is not going for disposal to land or to be incinerated. It is not waste. And it is a valid use of an industrial site under the district plan.
Sorry, but that's like the demolition of those buildings was just left on the site. So that's mainly demolition material from their building.
That was the car parts.
Would they require?
It's metal. It's car yard. That's the scrap metal yard, isn't it?
It's yeah.
It's scrap metal.
There's a lot of demolition waste in there as well. So just hypothetically, like, so if someone was demolishing like that massive brownfield site, under this proposed bylaw, would they need to get a WMP?
If they are disposing to landfill or to incineration, they will need a waste management plan.
Right.
But if they are not, it is not deemed to be waste.
There's also
that's a good answer, thank you, Lynette.
Proposed amendments to the Building Act, which is just looking at having construction and demolition waste management plans as well.
Right, so the only thing we can do around things like this, which is basically a big pile of rubbish, is the only thing we can do is through the district plan. We can't do anything through this bylaw.
No.
Okay.
This bylaw does not cover stuff that is not waste.
So the officer advice is really clear.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
And the shopping trolley, the Auckland City Council have a really good, like they've got quite a good detailed section where they do talk about shopping trolleys, litter act as well. So just in the information, the consultation document, I guess the concern is that if people do make submissions, and thank you for agreeing to put that in, I just want to avoid the situation of people making submissions to get something done on it and then that being ruled out of scope of the
If it's part of the consultation questions, it won't be ruled out of scope.
Right.
But what we will need to do is provide you with clear factual advice on the implications of that potential change, which may be a cost implication and a resourcing implication for the organisation. And you will need to make that decision.
Yeah, but in our report, the analysis says that to do anything on shopping trolleys would appear heavy-handed. And I was just trying to understand like what's behind that analysis, given the fact that at the moment the community is having to take the responsibility of dealing with the issue in terms of reporting versus...
Can I just be really, really clear on shopping trolleys?
Okay.
I'm not sure how the community's taking the responsibility because we send the request to go and pick them up back to the owner, which is the supermarket, and they pick them up.
Because people have to continuously report it.
We've looked at last year's complaints, we found 2.
I think we've gone far enough on a $3 shopping trolley just at the moment. Thank you.
We got two.
Can I just request that in the consultation material, sort of right up the front, we make it really clear on the definition of waste, what's in scope, what would fall under the definition and what would not, and why not.
Yep.
And if we've got that at the front of the consultation material, then it makes it less likely that people will comment on things that aren't within scope of the consultation. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, very good. So where are we at?
Have you got a mover and seconder?
I've got a mover, and the seconder is Tyler?
So
or was it a
Simon
question?
moved, Tyler.
Is a second?
No.
Okay, so we're now going to move and sector. Is there any discussion, debate, please? Yannick.
I mean, I think it's a real lost opportunity to address the shopping trolley issue. In Auckland, their council actually has in their bylaw, they have a really good section on shopping trolleys, which I've circulated to you. It just provides some practical ways in which you can get better regulation. I do think it's inherently unfair, and this is a quote from someone in Auckland who spent days repeatedly complaining about shopping trolleys being littered. And they asked, is it practical for the community to have to make multiple phone calls to ask for our neighbourhood to be tidy? I don't think it's reasonable for everyone else to spend a couple of hours on this type of thing. And really, this is about whether we want the burden to be on individuals in our community having to police shopping trolleys, or whether the people that are responsible for bringing them into the country or having them used should take responsibility for them in a preventative way. And I'd much rather prefer that we try and address the shopping trolley issue at source, rather than after they've been left in our rivers, left in our parks, left on our roads, and create an eyesore for local communities. I don't think it's fair and heavy-handed to put the responsibility back on those who are providing the shopping trolleys to begin with, or those that are using them, rather than on our local communities who we expect to have to be the police and the eyes and ears of the council. And there's some very small practical things that we could be doing through this bylaw to improve the regulation around shopping trolleys. And I just don't believe with the staff assessment that it would be heavy-handed for us to do so. So I welcome the opportunity for people to be able to make submissions on this bylaw, and it's good that staff will reference in the consultation document that ability around the issue of shopping trolleys. I do think there's another gap around the whole scrap metal resource recovery, where you can effectively get waste dumps by stealth set up in local communities with all sorts of issues in terms of visual amenity and impact on local neighbours in terms of noise, dust, stormwater runoff, etc. And it does seem to be a bit of a shame that for whatever reason these are excluded. I appreciate this advice that staff have got, but I think if anyone went to that Gullens Road site, to say that that's not rubbish is pretty far-fetched. It's a massive mountain of rubbish that's just been stockpiled for years, and it should actually be addressed under this bylaw.
Thanks. I'm really happy to send this out for consultation. I think that it's up in the schedule. It needs to happen. We need to be super clear what's in scope and what's not in scope. And let's be clear. I'm just going to address this supermarket trolleys to start with. Supermarket trolleys have a value to the supermarket, and they do want them back. And whenever I've Snap's in solved it, they've been really quick in picking them up, because actually they want them back because then their customers use them and it saves them costs. So reporting them rather than complaining all the time is a really good way to go. Let's also be clear that the supermarket trolleys tend to turn up in some of our more deprived neighbourhoods, and frankly that's because most people there don't own cars. And so if we are punitive in this, if we are making sure that people can never take a supermarket trolley off-site at the supermarket, what we are doing is we're limiting the ability for some of the poorest people in our cities to get their groceries home. Yes, it's an issue when they don't go back to the supermarket, but I don't know if you've pushed a supermarket trolley very far before and up and down footpaths and over curbs and bits and pieces. It's not easy. It's not fun. But for the most part, they are people getting groceries home and not just taken out for joyrides. And I think that whatever measures we take shouldn't be punitive, and they should encourage and allow the supermarkets to get their property back, without us, destroying a way for those in our society who don't own vehicles to be able to get their groceries home. Thank you.
And once, Aaron? Well, and I must say, and it is good that we're fixing the footpaths so we can push Aaron.
Well, I will speak to the shirt that I'm wearing today around the shop. First, I'll call out Yanni's comment around that being a pile of rubbish down there. It might not be the best location in the city for that metal, although it is on a main trucking route, so it makes sense. But like staff said over and over, and they're not allowed to talk during debate, unfortunately, it is not rubbish, it is a resource. This is a council that pushes recycling. It is a recycling resource, so to call it rubbish is not cool, because you normally pay to dump rubbish and they pay people to take that stuff away. So it is a valuable resource to the planet that shouldn't be wasted. It's not rubbish. So I will call you out on that, Yanni. And the other one is around the shopping trolleys. While I don't disagree that some people can't afford a car or don't have a car and probably don't own a wheelbarrow to take to the supermarket, or a bike, or a reusable bag, or any other thing that would help you get your groceries home, I'm okay with someone taking a shopping trolley home to get their groceries home, but take the thing back. Not taking it back is called being lazy. Okay, it is nothing short of being lazy. It is someone else's property. It is an eyesore to the city and to other people and can be a hazard. It's just take the thing back. If you're going to take it away, it's just that simple. It is just pure laziness. And so to say that some people can't afford to go get their groceries is fine, but if you can afford to walk it one way when it's heavier, when it's full of your groceries, you can afford to walk it back. So no problem them using it, but do take it back. That's all I say. Thank you.
Okay,
Grinchy's finished.
Kelly?
Yeah, Aaron's on fire today. Totally agree about supermarket trolleys and what Sarah said. I can remember being a student and we didn't have a car between us. We used to push our trolley home and we would take it back. And surely the supermarkets could see an opportunity here for keeping loyal customers, give them a supermarket trolley if they use their supermarket. So, yeah, I'm in favour.
Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder. No more discussion or debate. I'd like to put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Carried. And that brings us to 12:30, where we're right on time for VO to come and have a yarn to us. So that's and then at 1 o'clock it's lunch from 1 to 2. Yeah.
I'm watching. I'm cork.
Welcome, Caroline. Welcome, Gil. Welcome, Dale.
Well, to watching.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I know that you're dying to get to lunch, so we'll try and keep this as quick as we can.
Guys.
Members?
The primary purpose today is to talk about the quarter one, that's up to 30 September, quarter for venues Otatahi. Secondly, and I hope very briefly, if at all, to talk about the annual report, which is now an historical document, because that's up to the 30th of June. But in that quarter one report, we'll probably try and take a bit of a glimpse into the future as well, and then it's open for any other discussion that you might want. I'm going to ask Caroline to lead this, and Dale, CFO at Venues Otatahi, to chime in where there might be some questions around numbers, etc. So Caroline, can you take us through that? If there's anything else that you want us to cover, we'll do so.
Lovely. Thanks, Gil. Afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you're heading into lunch on your last meeting of the year. It's probably a delight, so we will try and keep this brief. I will touch on the annual report because it's really provided, I guess, the platform for Q1 performance. So it was a year bookended with positives, with plenty of challenges in between. We had 31 of the 52 weeks without being able to deliver events or deliver events under restriction. So it was a fairly tumultuous year, but we were lucky with a very strong start to the year and a strong finish to the year. And I think over the last couple of years, the changes we've made to the business have really allowed us to contract as we've needed to, reduce costs where we've needed to. We've leveraged support from central government through the wage subsidy, and we were able to deliver the Canterbury District Health Board vaccination clinic at the arena. So all of those things kept the wheels in motion. So we actually ended the year really positively with a surplus EBITDA of 716,000 versus a budget surplus of 473,000. So really positive result in an environment where we probably could have expected much less. So all credit to our team who really did navigate their way through this year and the last couple with grace, dignity and resilience. So they've got a real focus on looking after each other and continuing to provide our guests and our clients with a wonderful experience. So that is a quick summary of our annual report, and again we will take questions as we need to. But in a more positive light, and I think it's relatively fresh in your minds really after our induction briefing, but Q1 has been a great start to the year, really has. It's going to be our first full year of trading since before the Christchurch Town Hall reopened. So we're, oh God, touch wood. Oh no, you made me worry now. Look, and so we really are creating some new baselines. So much has changed since then. So we're really looking forward in a really positive light. So we've delivered 118 events in the first quarter versus a budget of 89. And we've welcomed over 150,000 guests to the venues. Our target for the year is 400,000 guests, and we're on track to welcome 600,000. Our budget for the year was 305 events. We're on track to deliver 380. So it really is starting to gain some real momentum. There's a real desire in the community to get together after a couple of years of being starved of that. Our operating income is 1,517,000 higher than budget, and we've got an EBITDA surplus of 182,000 against a target deficit of 36,000. So again, we are really tracking well. A couple of highlights, and again, I don't want to repeat ourselves from our induction briefing, but we welcomed the Black Ferns and the All Blacks to Orange Theory Stadium, which was awesome. That sold-out match, I think, demonstrated how important it was for the city to welcome the All Blacks back to town, hopefully a little more often as we crack on into the next few years. And we've also we have a strong forecast ahead. So Elton John, we've just had 660, the Killers, Cirque du Soleil next year, and we had the T20 Tri-Series at Hagley Oval too. So you're seeing all of the venues getting a really diverse range of events, which is fantastic for the community. With Te Kaha, so again, we've focused a lot on detailed design and making sure that those whole-of-life costs are reflected in any capital cost decisions. And also now with confidence that we are moving forward, have commenced the development and execution of the commercial strategy for Te Kaha. So the first phase of that is to identify and value all the commercial assets, and then phase 2 is to execute the sales strategy, which will commence in about March 23, and then by the end of the year we'll be able to start attracting events, which will be a very exciting proposition. Sustainability, we really are looking for a step change in sustainability. So we have two main focus areas. Big events are full of challenge and opportunity when it comes to sustainability, lots of volume, lots of waste, lots of water usage, etc. So we have partnered with Toitu to help us on our journey for carbon neutrality by 2030, and we are also moving forward on our journey to become B Corp accredited as well. That reflects our desire to take a more holistic approach to sustainability, so not just fossil fuels and greenhouse gases, etc., but a more holistic approach, so reflecting our local procurement ethos and our contribution to the community. And lastly, I will just touch on community. As always, community access to and connection with the venues is an absolute priority. We have a target of around 40 events this year, attracting a community discount for individuals or groups. We have already delivered 22 So we're well and truly on track. That's in the first quarter, so we still have 3 quarters to go. And that's a value of around 70,000 for the first quarter. So again, we've already surpassed our annual target there. And that really brings us to the end. As I say, the summary for the first quarter, it's really strong. And look, we know that next year, the economic forecast is challenging, but I think the discretionary dollar at the minute feels like, ticket sales are good. And it feels like, I think COVID, everyone's experiences were taken away, and that wasn't something that anybody ever expected to happen. And I think people still seem to have value in those experiences and want to invest in those. And so we will happily welcome all of our guests and continue to do so as we navigate what's going to be a tricky year. And again, we've got a wonderful committed team who really are embracing the positivity of the future, albeit I think we've gone from 0 to 100 and we're trying to rebuild our capability in our team as we're trying to fly the plane. So it's been a challenging few months, but in a really positive way. We've got a really good platform for the future.
Thank you, Karen.
That's us.
So that's us, but very open to questions.
Anyone got any questions? Sarah? Sarah's happy to move. Mark's happy to second. And Yanni's got a question.
We had a previous, I think it was through the letter of expectation, it might have been the statement of intent, a sort of request to look at more activation of the town hall outside the sort of typical events that you had. I just wondered if you could maybe just give us an understanding of where that sort of thinking or planning had got to.
Yeah, so one of those initiatives was to think about whether Venues Ōtautahi could have our corporate office there, our base there, but we have done a feasibility exercise and it unfortunately isn't feasible without having to invest a lot of capital in creating more space. I think the other thing of note is that the town hall is delivering 66% of our total event volume, so we've got events in there pretty much every day. And so one of the things that we're trying to do now is actually think about, there's the event approach, but actually what's the venue approach? So we're looking at the minute at creating different spaces, activating our bars and some of our retail spaces that can be used not only for event time, but outside of event time. So we are building that, but that day-to-day, like having us based there, it just wasn't feasible, unfortunately.
And Caroline, we might also want to mention that we're working closely with CSO, who have their base there, have their admin office and their rehearsal base there, to see how that can be used in more activation as well, on a more regular but quite informal basis. And I think that does two things. One, it activates the town hall, but it brings people in touch with a different style of art and music than they might be used to, but they can experience it for perhaps low cost or short time periods, that sort of thing.
Okay, that's good. So Sarah moved and Mark seconded. One thing I would like to say, that if you could pass it on to your team. Last night the councillors had a few nibbles and we all got this, Stephen? We all chipped in to pay for some nibbles from VO, and it was first class as per usual. So if you could pass that on to them, very much appreciated. Thank you very much. So with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everyone here. Yeah. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Dawn.
Merry Christmas, Gil.
Right. So
We'll do item 13.
Okay, we'll do item 13 because then we can go to lunch.
That's you, Mary.
Go, Mary.
You happy that I just kick off with a quick introduction to this? So this report is just reporting back to councillors after the resolution on the 2nd of November. You'll remember that the Mayor established 5 portfolios along with the committee structure, and they were endorsed by Council, but Council also asked to report back with terms of reference to consider some additional portfolios and asked for some advice around re-establishing 2 committees. So this report presents the terms of reference for the portfolios. It recommends and advises that the council keep the existing portfolios that have been established without any additional portfolios. And that's largely to allow time to get clarity around how the portfolios are going to work and function, and also because of the capacity and with the limited resources and the pressure on funds at the moment that we're all facing, to build in additional portfolios that we don't know their purpose and how well they'll function is not being recommended. We've also done some analysis across why these 5 portfolios and not others, and that's presented in the report. And then also the report does not recommend establishing re-establishing the 2 committees. The one that we've had discussion about today, the youth committee, it's not recommended that this is established because we believe that there's potentially other mechanisms that would actually provide better representation and more effective input into decision making than the formal committee as it was. But we do understand that there is a additional resolution or motion that's been put forward by councillors which may address some of those concerns about identifying alternative mechanisms in terms of reference for that youth, for the approach to the youth working group or committee. So that's probably not, as much as I need to say, but happy to answer questions.
Firstly, can I thank you, Mary, for bringing this paper together and working on these terms of reference. I'm real keen to see how these 5 roles will work and give it some time. I do not want to move an amendment to this motion to start with, to put some clear timeframes around the bedding in and the ability of the council to consider other options after a period of time, because I think let's give it a go, see how it works, and then we can adjust it. I think portfolios are an opportunity for councillors to build knowledge in specific areas and bring it back to the table and help us make decisions. These first 5 roles were created from conversations between myself and councillors who expressed interests. I'm happy to discuss future roles, but let's give it a clear breather. Come back and check on the terms of reference and come back and check the terms of reference are working and the roles fit in. Then to look at either create more or end some. Some might not be any good. So I'm keen to see councillors taking an active leadership in these key issues. So is there any questions? Aaron?
Sorry,
yeah, just on the ones around accessibility and in 4.4 where advocate for equitable access to council activities, services, so on and so forth. It looks like the accessibility portfolio only really deals with council, whereas we have been dealing with far more outside accessibility or disability group activities than within council. So I'm just wondering if in that first paragraph we just drop the word council each time it turns up, because we do advocate for equitable access to all activities in kind of all places. So is that all right?
Yep.
Yeah. Would you agree, Yoni? You're there. Cool, thank you.
Move.
Hang on.
Sorry, you got it on?
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to move number 1 to 3. Do I have seconder?
Amended. They're up on screen. New 1 to 3.
So, sorry, Phil, did you hear the changes that Mary just agreed? That in paragraph 4.4 we just drop out the word council each time it turns up?
No, I didn't see that.
So they're not captured in this formal resolution. So,
oh, right, so that's just
you don't
piece of cake
need to
then.
make an amendment to the resolutions.
So Sam, I think it would be just helpful to read the current new 1 to 3 resolutions out loud so members are very clear about what it is and then what the potential amendments are. So this is, Mayor is moving, and has he got a seconder?
Yep, so the Mayor is moving numbers 1 to 3, which is adopt the terms of reference for the portfolio roles, agrees to allow 9 months for the 5 adopted portfolios to bed in, so that their effectiveness and workload commitments can be assessed before any additional ones are established. And then if recommendation 2 is carried, agrees to receive proposals from councillors for additional proposals over the next 9 months, with the right to decide whether or not to establish them after the 9 months. We can.
Yeah, 3 change.
So the Mayor's going to move 1 to 3 and get a seconder, and then we'll get a mover and seconder for the amendments, and we'll deal with the amendments first. And 3 will be separately if 2 carries.
So just before we go any further, members, Mayor, are you content with the amendment that Councillor Moore has put in, which is currently number 4?
Yep.
Because if you are content with that, you could move that into your recommendations.
Okay. Yep.
You're content with that?
Yep. So that goes up.
So that was Coca, that was Coca and Moore, wasn't it?
Sorry. So I'm just reading it. Councillor Coca and Moore. So you still need a seconder, Mayor?
Yes, Sam's seconding.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Okay. So now that Andre's one's up there with the rest of them.
So, Phil, with your blessing, can we just alter 3 and take out? Oh, have you taken them out already? Yes, you have. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
just
Oh no, you haven't.
so highlight the actual recommendations that the Mayor has moved and seconded
That's
by
better,
Sam.
thank
It's
you. So
those
we're not
group,
doing that.
okay?
Yep.
it's okay.
Everybody clear?
Yes.
Everybody happy? So I'm
And you're putting 3 separate, is that right?
No, we're not. It's a new 3. It's a new 3.
Can
everything you see in darker text up there is what we're voting on now. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, can I just adjust number 4 to also include Councillor Donovan?
Oh, easy.
How many councillors
Might as well just put everyone.
Are you content? Yeah.
This
Okay.
comes back in.
Yes. So
I'm going to put this motion. Oh, sorry, Yanni, you've got a question.
Sorry, so there's an additional amendment as well. So does that need to be put before you do?
It's been moved and second, must be a foreshadowed. Has to be a foreshadowed.
Because that'll.
Must be a foreshadowed one.
Hello. So, sorry.
Can I just say that because the other ones are sitting in there with the resolution that has already been moved and seconded it, this is kind of contrary to that, so it would be a foreshadowed motion rather than an amendment.
Yeah, it would.
I think. So like if number 2 failed, which is the defer them till later, then that one would be put as a foreshadowed motion afterwards because it's contrary to number 2.
Yeah, so go back to putting the original, the 1 to 4 first.
1 to 4.
Yeah, I'm getting confused.
No, it's all right. We'll sort it out. So we're dealing with 1 to 4. 1 to 4.
3 separate.
Can you highlight the ones that we're dealing with, please, on the
1 to
screen
4.
so members are clear?
And Yanni hasn't got a seconder yet anyway.
That's it. Thank you.
So what did they say? We're doing 3 seconds.
So that one is a foreshadowed motion. So if that fails, that one will come through.
Okay. So I'm putting the motion of what you see on the screen there in dark. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those
Put them
against?
separate.
Okay, all those.
Well, that's crazy, because then that means that like 2 and 3 have got no chance of being lost.
Let's just go through 1 to 4, and because we're going to muck around, and I'm just sick of this. Let's just move forward.
Okay,
Oh, don't throw hissy now, Tim. We're nearly there.
We've gone back to the start.
Yeah, what Pauline wants to...
Come on, guys.
So we're going to
Yeah, no hissy and pressing.
Right, number 1.
Aye.
All those in favour?
All those in favour of number 1, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Carried, thank you. Number 2. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Thank you, carried. Number 3. No. Yes.
Yep, yes.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you, carried. Number 4. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you, carried.
Right. Passed.
Didn't take long, did it?
Would you like to go to lunch now?
Well, lunch. I'll go to lunch, all right. So we are back here at 2 o'clock.
You could do 1:50.
Okay, if you wanted to go, then we'll finish a bit earlier. Might as well get 10 minutes up our sleeve. So, 1:50. Thank you. 17, Sam. Yeah, not jumping around like we were. And could Linda come up? And must I say, Linda, thank you very much for coming in when you're actually on holiday to present this this paper and the next one. Lucky you.
17
correct.
and 18, correct.
Yep.
So Tim's sitting back.
Sam's happy to move it. Thank you, Aaron. Happy to second it. And you want to have a question? Any questions? Any debate? Okay.
I've just got a question.
Far away. Yeah, that's cool.
I just thought you nearly had it. 17.
Yes.
Item 17, Tyler.
Oh, item 17, nothing then, sorry.
So you good, Marker?
Yeah. So,
No, that's
18, is it?
Right. So this is 17 we're talking about. So
yes.
no more questions, no more debate. I'll put the motion. Everyone in favour? Those against? Great, carried. Thank you. Item 18, and I'd like to welcome Linda to the table. And thank you very much for coming.
Oh, okay, well.
And next time, Linda, zoom in.
Okay, so.
So I was going to begin by just stating I was going to assume that everyone knows the purpose of the LOE and how it's operationalised. We've had a workshop recently where it was covered. Then I was going to run through the key points in Christchurch, New Zealand's draft LOE, which include contributing to the Three Waters reform, the development of the Council's strategic framework, the future of local government review, the resource management reform, that we're asking them to support growth of Maori business and economic excellence, new technology and talent to address climate change and economic resilience in Christchurch. There's urban development requests for action. There's return on investment metrics that we're asking them to continue working on. We've raised succession planning and diversity at the board level, and to partner with VO, Venues Otatahi and Council's event team, particularly towards maximising the benefit of funding for Te Kaha and other attraction of events. At the workshop a couple of weeks ago, you asked for certain things to be picked up, and we've picked them all up, and they are in the draft LOE in track change form. That including performance targets to demonstrate achievement of mana whenua outcomes, reporting return on investment, and reporting annually on board diversity.
Very good.
It's a good letter of expectation.
It is very good, very good, very good. Any questions? Timothy?
Yeah, just a couple. With the regards to, and I at this stage can't support this because the working together, the work has been going for some time, but it's not complete. So I would have liked to have seen where that lands between those three parties before I could sign off on this or agree to this. So your comments? Or?
So the work is still going on.
Yep.
There's quite a lot to be done in that space, and the way we've approached it is to say this is the time when we need to issue the LOE to fit with their business planning and then to be incorporated into their SOI. And at the time that work is done on the working together with Venues Otatahi and the Council's events team, that a new set of a set of expectations specific to that might then be communicated.
What if, as a council, we don't agree with what they've come back with, as in the three parties? Because it's not to concentrate at CNZ. There are three parties involved with this: VO, CNZ, and council. So
Linda, do you mind if I take that? Is that all right?
Thank you.
I specifically instigated it on the back
Yep.
of the conversation that has been had by elected members, Tim. And I actually sat in the first session between all three parties, including the council. And it's fair to say that that's a conversation that probably should have happened when the institutions were formed. But
Yeah, it should have happened 5 years ago, to be honest.
Probably a bit longer now.
Yep.
So I think we're in a sensible space in terms of the dialogue, and it's absolutely right and proper that when those conversations between Christchurch NZ, VO and the council's events service, because it's all three, has been completed, I've said to them specifically, I expect all three parties to come in and brief elected members, and I expect them to be doing that in the new year. So it's not that far off, but until we're there, it would be inappropriate to say these are the conclusions in the letter of expectation, but to signal quite clearly that those conversations are important and they need to happen and conclude. So that's why I'm comfortable with how that's currently shaped, knowing that the three parties will need to come back and brief members.
And I know it's very difficult because you've got one end of it that's very much social value, which is just as important as, say, a mega event. So but I mean, I'm just expressing my disappointment that it's taking those three parties up and down so long. So I am just wanting to put a bit of, petrol on the fire just to get them pushing along. This is the only way I know how to do it, because I've been talking about this for a number of years and it just keeps going on and on and on.
So I can say I've inserted myself, and
Okay.
we ran the session in November, which is not that long ago. They're now doing the more detailed discussion. I expect them to be back in the new year.
So how do they do through their SOI, put that into their SOI, when are they going to do that?
This would
It'll be
apply
done
to-
before they produce the SOI?
Yes, but it applies to both parties. It's not just Christchurch.
Well,
NZ,
no,
but
I'm
will be
saying, and that's
VO
what I
as
said at the
well.
very start, there's three
Yeah.
people in this.
Yeah.
So what's the time? So
SOIs come in March, don't they?
They're due in on 1 March and draft.
Okay.
form.
So we have enough time to be able to make sure that that's nailed down.
okay, I've got it. I'll let others ask questions on it. So I've got another issue, but I'll bring others say.
Okay, Tim, Sarah, and then Tyler.
Thanks. Just something on the diversity now that this bit's in there, and I'm sorry I hadn't picked up the other bit before. Until quite recently, until recent discussions, actually CCHL has been in charge of doing the appointments process and making recommendations to council on the directors for CNZ. And so I'm wondering whether we should be saying now in the letter of expectations that that role is switching to CNZ. And for the reporting annually on the diversity, I mean, the board members are listed in the annual report, so that would be there anyway as a specific, they're all listed. The board members don't change rapidly, and I'm just wondering, whether it's an odd thing to say when they haven't been in charge of it, and B, the board members are listed in the annual report anyway.
Yeah, so
And
there's two things relating to that. The one about the board members being listed tells you something about diversity, gender diversity, but it doesn't tell you anything about a broader set of a lot of diversity. CNZ were comfortable with reporting on it annually, and I think we included it in the draft letter because we were asked to by someone here, but I can't remember off the top of my head who it was. The other thing about it is that when CCHL does the appointments process, it does it hand in hand with the chair of the CNZ board. So although CCHL is running that process, the chair of CNZ is actively involved in sharing.
I was there for the last appointments, so
of course, yes.
But it's one of those things where it's come out through the CCHL strategic review that actually now that CNZ is well established, that they should be doing their own appointments, and I know that they're in favour of doing that too to their board. And And do you see what I mean? So
Yeah, I know exactly what you're
And I'm
saying.
wondering if it would be more useful if the diversity of the board was reported as part of any new appointments process. So it comes to council at a time where we're actually looking at who we're appointing to the board. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility too. I think it's
We could
just
just make
getting
sure that
some,
happens.
getting
Yeah,
some line of sight to it. I think
Yeah,
is
yeah.
what's
Okay,
being
no,
asked
that's cool.
for.
But I'm just wondering whether we should be...
Councillor Thompson, I wonder if we're sort of crossing over into the PX item.
No, this is on whether CNZ are in charge of their own director appointments or not.
Yeah.
That's not at all to do with
Okay.
anything that we're discussing in PX today.
Has there an actual decision been made on that very point? I don't recall seeing an actual decision made.
No, but this might be the kind of place that we signalled that. That would be kind of where we did it.
I think we'd probably have to signal it in CCHLs first, possibly, alongside this.
Can we
Would
make
you
an
mind if we
action to
get some
actually do
advice?
that? Because
Yeah.
because I know that came up through the
We'll-
review and everyone's kind of keen.
Comfortable.
Yeah, everyone's very comfortable with that happening. Yeah, thanks.
We'll pick that up with our expert when she gets a chance to think about it.
Tyler.
Thank you. Going back to the working together paragraph, at what level do these three organisations work together on?
So at the moment, those dialogues are happening between the two chief executives, their general managers, and in here it's the chief executive and the head of
Okay.
service. So it's a senior level.
And in regards to working together, are they around major projects where they could intertwine, or is it across the board?
So it is around what I would call the events ecosystem.
I see.
Mega, major, and community, and clarity. There's a lot of agreement. That's the important thing to say in the first place. That it is not a loggerheads conversation at all, but it's getting the clarity in the areas of grey and getting that sorted so that then you don't have confusion going forward if there is potential for confusion.
Yeah, that's a very hefty topic for such a small paragraph, and it's good that you did it that way.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. That clarifies everything.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Tara? Yeah.
Kia ora. Hiya. So recently there was a news article quoting business owners in Akaroa that they felt like they didn't get enough support from Christchurch NZ. So, and the feedback from Christchurch NZ staff on that was that it's not the mandate of Christchurch NZ to drive internal demand, as it were, because Akaroa is essentially in the city, Christchurch. So, but like my reading of it, of the LOE is that there's nothing specifically in there that says no, there's no mandate to promote internal tourism demand. Would that be a correct reading of that? Like, there's nothing in there that specifically says, oh no, we don't drive internal demand in Christchurch, right? So that's good. So as I understand it, so that kind of negates the comments in the paper. So if there was funding available to promote Akaroa as a tourist destination, and I'm not saying that there is or isn't, but it would be within the realms of Christchurch NZ, if they had the money to do it, to promote Akaroa as a destination for Christchurch residents, based on the terms of this letter of expectation.
Yeah, look, it would if it fitted in with their prioritisation framework, which would be based on best bang for the buck, and if that was something that actually made the threshold, then that would presumably be something that they would run with, or if they were funded separately for it. But certainly they have a tourism mandate.
Yep, no, good as gold. All right, thank you. Cheers.
Okay, well, Yanni, yes, please.
Are you able just to explain why you haven't added the section around the request for Christchurch NZ to do work to promote prosperity in the eastern suburbs and also to support the creative local music sector? I just couldn't understand from the report why that wasn't included.
Well, there is no... It's almost like the same answer in terms of the creative sector. It's how it fits in with their prioritisation framework, which is about driving optimal outcomes. If promoting the creative sector, and I'm not saying they don't promote it at all, but if it's about the bands and music that you're talking about, if you were looking for more than they are actually doing, then it would either have to fit higher up the ladder so that it justified spending on that as opposed to spending on something else. We didn't put it in because I didn't have any.
Right.
There was no mandate to put it in. There was no. There was nothing that I could put in that would deal with that.
Right.
This is at a high level governance.
Yeah. So I guess because like we've got the urban regeneration heat map from 2019, I think, and it's going to be updated, and it shows areas, particularly in the east, that are really struggling. But we don't seem to have any requests to Christchurch NZ to actually address that, and I'm just concerned that they're focusing a huge amount of resource in the central city and on other parts of the city, but is there some wording that we could put in, and appreciate what you're saying around they need resourcing to do new sort of activities, but just as part of their day-to-day sort of operation where they do look at economic development, is it possible to get them to consider what they can do to increase their visibility or support for the creative, local music sector and for the eastern suburbs? So keeping it quite high level and just asking them to sort of explain what they're doing, because I'm sure they'll be doing some stuff in that space.
There seems to be two distinct themes there. If I start with the east, so one of the areas of priority is still New Brighton, and there's work continuing there jointly with council in that space. So as late as yesterday we were meeting on that so that we're ready to brief councillors on some matters in that space. So that's occurring. And then my team is also working in the east, in Linwood, and increasingly trying to get some focus in the Linwood Eastgate area as well. So there is attention being paid to the east, and it's part of that joint planning work that we're doing in the urban regeneration space. So that's occurring as well. In terms of the creative industries, certainly at the moment we've got on our radar because of the issues that are being raised around live music, and so thinking about those issues. But it's something we can have in the further conversations. I haven't got the sense, similar to Linda, haven't got the sense that there's a wide mandate from council to look into that space, but we can have some discussions with our colleagues in the urban regeneration team to see what actions can be done there. But I also think it's a much wider piece as well, and that those discussions could be had also into our event spaces as well about using local creatives as part of it. I know that the work that council did around COVID response, the fact that we targeted local artists, that there was some real positive feedback on the fact we targeted those. So that's a big kudos for council for doing that work.
To consider what support they could provide to the creative sector, or just the local music sector, and so leaving it quite broad. But I think it's important to ask them to consider what they could do as part of their existing work programs, because they are really well funded, and I don't think we should separate out local creativity or music from our economy, because it does have...
Just because we don't write it in doesn't mean to say they're going to do it. They're not going to do it.
Well, no, like last time they were here, we got told that they hadn't been asked to do it and they weren't funded for it, so they weren't doing it. So it's kind of like a chicken and egg. If we don't put it in here, then we don't get that conversation later.
All right.
So.
Okay. Aaron?
Well, just on that, having worked in and around that industry for 30 odd years, I think need to do the same as we did with the film industry and just have Christchurch NZ organise a hui around music, especially get the Littleton scene in. Let's find out what's working, what's not, and where there might be help, because sometimes the help's not where you think you might need it, and it's not up to us to say. Let's find out where the industry could get help to make more of them more nationally and internationally recognised and successful and standing on their own 2 feet is a good way to go. So just start with a hui
And that's a question somewhere.
And can we organise that?
Yeah.
Through Christchurch NZ, ask them to organise a hui and take it from there.
Okay.
Christchurch New Zealand would be more than willing to come and talk to you about what it does in that space, but it's not quite right to say that they're very well funded. They're funded for a set of activities, so irrespective of that, the level of funding, if they were to do more in space A, it'll be less in space B. That's what it will come down to.
Okay.
And then they prioritise based on which has the biggest contribution to Christchurch and their objectives and their SOI.
Yeah. For those of us that have been to some of their events, though, like the point that Councillor Kewen made, is they do organise like forums and sort of business events throughout the year. So it would just be part of their, getting a sense of what the issues are, assessing kind of what the priorities could be within that space. It's not to say they'd have to then go and find funding from themselves to do a whole bunch of additional stuff, but at least then we as a council, as a city, would kind of know if there were things that we would choose to do, then we could look at that.
Yeah.
So.
Just to put some really
We don't have any portfolio holders for arts and
very
culture, so I don't know how it would happen. Who would drive it?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So I call for a mover for the substantive one, and that is Sarah. And the second is probably Aaron, I'd imagine. Okay.
Right, and for the second one?
And for the second one, this is Yanni's amendment. Yanni's obviously moving it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, okay. And Andre, you'll second Yanni's one. Okay. And if they now, I'll just do Tim's question.
It's actually on the urban development part. We've been saying to ratepayers, even 3 months ago when we were all running for election, about concern over rates, etc., and we've been pulling every lever. But I am concerned that there seems to be anecdotal discussion with, and 3 pieces of land that I'm looking at or thinking of are the Orange Theory Stadium's land when it comes available, the Red Bus site and the Park Royal site on the corner of Kilmore and Durham Streets. Because my concern is the 2 things. One is we've got to pull back the rising rates. And so if we were to sell those 3 pieces of land for high quality, high value commercial, the rates on those, apart from getting the money, but the ongoing rates would be higher than if they were for social housing. So I'm just wondering how we portray direction to CNZ and be very clear on that, because the example would be 2 pieces of land. So the old convention centre site on Kilmore Street is a really good, outstanding how they got there and the development that's going to happen there in time. But it's an example of high quality land for high quality development. The other side of that is Milton Street, and I've pushed both of these for both these reasons. It's great for social housing, its connection to Sydenham Park, those sports clubs, etc. So I'm just wondering how, I don't see how we can give that direction in such...
So Councillor, 2 of those pieces of land are ones that the council needs to give the direction on, and they haven't had that chance to discuss that. I think we've previously indicated to you that we're planning to come to you in February for at least one of those, and I think the second one won't be that far after that as well from the council controlled ones. The third one, the Red Bus site, is currently under the control of Christchurch City Holdings Limited, and they are coming to brief you in March. So there are processes in there, and Christchurch NZ aren't the leaders on those. Those are either council or CCHL. And in terms of, perhaps it's a confusion because you see me here with a property hat, an urban regeneration hat and a social housing hat. We're not considering any of those sites specifically for social housing. It could be part of any mix, and one thing we're trying to look at and explore is the mix on that, but it's not something that's a key driver in there. We'll be looking at how we get the best overall outcomes for council, whether it's financial, whether it's economic, whether it's social, cultural. So we think of all those outcomes when we look at these pieces of land.
So if we're going to want to give clear direction, it's really an internal discussion around councillors and the mayor and the CE with regards to what direction we want to give.
Exactly.
And
for the two that council control.
But we could also do that for CCHL, because technically the ratepayers of Christchurch own the lot, and it's just bureaucratic siloing really that would be the issue.
Yes. Okay. I tend to use guidance in there, but that's being diplomatic.
Okay, thank you.
Remembering that you went through a workshop, must be a year ago, maybe now, time goes so fast, where we actually went through the whole strategic prioritisation with Christchurch NZ and how that might work and all of those things. So they will be aligned, and obviously exactly as Bruce has just described, it is looking at that from a whole perspective and what would be the best results.
There's no surprise here for anyone about my take on it. I've been totally clear all the way through. Thank you.
Sarah, please.
I've just sent Sam through a potential way forward, in maybe instead of just that one to Christchurch NZ that Yanni's got there, but it's one that asks for a briefing on their current work program, including the urban regeneration and potential work in the creative sector or local music scene. And that way we get a briefing, we can actually talk to them about it in person, and we can see how things are prioritised, what they might be doing some stuff already but we don't know, all of those kind of things. So
they were asked at like their last report back and they said they weren't, but I mean I think you could do both. I don't think it needs to be one or the other, but I'd really like it in a letter of expectation so it's clear from us that we're asking them to do it formally, and then we can have the informal discussions.
So the briefing you could incorporate in number 1 quite easily. Number 2 is separate.
Yeah. So Aaron, are you happy to include the briefing just at the original resolution? It's just like a briefing on the current work program. Yeah. So that's included.
We're learning a lot today.
So we'll just come and say nothing.
We'll now put Yanni's amendment, if you want to.
I just want to appreciate, Linda, thank you for coming in, and Bruce, the work you do. I really appreciate the mahi that you both do for this council and the people of Christchurch. And I know I'm like a dog with a bone, and I am not going to change. No. So I've been very clear all the way through my concerns, but I just really want to make it clear to thank you guys, and thanks.
Okay. Anyone else want it? Yanni?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd be disappointed if council didn't support including this in the letter of expectation. I think, obviously, we can have a briefing. We have had a briefing with Christchurch NZ as part of their regular report, and the question was asked of them, what are you doing, if anything, in this space around local music? And the response was, we're not funded, we've got lots of priorities, and effectively they were doing very little. So I think just asking them to consider what support they can provide is a pretty soft way of asking them to look at the issue, but it is important to do it formally through the letter of expectation. A vibrant music economy can drive a lot of value for a city in lots of important ways: job creation, economic growth, tourism development, city brand building, and artistic growth. And if you reflect on Christchurch post-earthquake and through all the tragedy that we've had, actually local music and local creativity has been at the heart and soul of helping people deal with the pretty serious and significant circumstances that we've been through. It's really played a very, very important part in our response and our recovery towards people's well-being. So, you know, I don't think this is a big ask, but I think there is enough sort of emerging evidence now in our city that this is an important thing that we should be starting to think about, much in the same way we've done with film and that we've done with the gaming sector. So, you know, I would hope that councillors would see fit to support the amendment, the additional resolution. Again, it's not instead of 3, it can both be done, and I think it would be important to do.
Yeah, I'd just like to second Yanni's thoughts, as I have seconded the resolution. You need to be mindful of what a huge economic driver live music is. This summer, as an example, a number of music events over on the east. There'll be Net Sky, Basement Jacks, Fatboy Slim, all over on the east. It's not always that easy getting thousands of people to go to an event in one part of Christchurch. There's a real opportunity there this summer, and you'd hope that that can then help activate local businesses on the east who would love people spending money there as well. Live music's just always a guaranteed economic driver, and something I will support.
Kelly, then Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely support this as well. My son is a drummer in a band, got his first start down in that area that we were talking about. Yeah, and also we part of the Martians Hall Trust fun day recently was to put up a stage and have bands from Chisnawood Intermediate. This is 11 and 12-year-olds, and the number of people that turned up to watch the intermediate school-age kids play in these bands was extraordinary.
Very good.
And it was a really, really good day. So yeah, anything we can do to encourage live music in the city, I'm all for.
Sarah.
Kia ora. I have no problems with asking them to consider something, but let's just be super aware. We know that Christchurch NZ has been asked to do a whole range of things, including recently taking on urban regeneration. There's a whole pile of other stuff coming up as the stadium opens and bidding and all of that kind of stuff for events as well. If people want them to do more work, we have to be prepared to put additional funding on in the annual plan and long-term plan for them to do this work. And so while I'm happy for them to consider it, I'm hoping that that will come back with we could do this if you fund us to this amount. And that way, councillors can make a really considered decision on whether that's an extra mandate that they want to put through. I know that Christchurch NZ do a lot of work in bidding for major concerts, major things like that, and we normally have a split at Council and Christchurch NZ, with Council doing the local stuff and Christchurch NZ doing the major events. And so it might be something that actually as a council it's more appropriate for us to take on the local music scene and the local support rather than Christchurch NZ, but it'll be fine to get some information back from CNZ as to see whether they're sitting there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Aaron?
I support Yanni in bringing this up here because of the answer he got when he asked the question when they presented to us. Christchurch NZ is our business development arm, economic growth for Christchurch. Music can be a really big one. I don't just mean live music, but the royalties you get when songs are published, when they're used in TV, when they're used in film, so on and so forth. But there's a reason why most Christchurch artists that do really well leave, because all that other infrastructure isn't here. It's not about the live gigs they're leaving for, it's for that business sector that goes with music. It's mostly based in Auckland. All the music lawyers are there, the publishers, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to be anymore on the internet. You can be based anywhere. And Lord proved that, coming from way down here and having so many weeks at #1 in America, that one of the greatest artists in the world can come from New Zealand. And Littleton's proving it, punching above their weight with some of the great artists that come out of there. Like Marlon Williams has got one of the best voices you will ever hear. And so he should be world famous. Is the business infrastructure behind him to achieve that? Probably not. And I don't mean being disrespectful to some of the people that will be around him, but Christchurch doesn't have that. So how we move forward into that and growing that is going to be very important. And I think Christchurch NZ should be part of that conversation. And if they can help, let's make it happen, because there's also government money towards music and arts that Christchurch probably isn't getting its fair share of.
Thank you very much. So, Tyler.
I won't be long, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're right.
It's in my perspective, I believe that supporting creative communities is really important, particularly in the youth space. And when we're talking about creative communities, we're talking about all arts in its form. But in regards to this, I will be in support of Yanni's movement. So, awesome job, mate. Outside of that, there was a once great Christchurch artist that says, "How many dudes you know roll like this? How many dudes you know flow like this? Not many, if any." And I think it's really important to highlight that Christchurch is really special. And a part of our identity actually was highlighted was our creativity in Christchurch. And this supports that. So that's why I would be in support of that, by creating an awesome identity for Christchurch. And it's something that I'm really in support of. So kia ora.
Okay, Celeste.
I'm also in support of this. I agree with the point made by Councillor Templeton that we have to make sure we resource Christchurch NZ to do this work. If we're asking them to do more, we need to make sure that we acknowledge that we aren't just reprioritising funds away from things we've already committed to. Nonetheless, I am a strong believer that the local music scene and local music venues in particular are really important as economic drivers of our city. I think Christchurch's identity has long been tied to its music scene. We have a jazz school here, we have some of the most creative people in a lot of sectors, but particularly the music industry coming through Christchurch, and sometimes they stay and sometimes they leave. But I would like to see Christchurch NZ split its attention between the sort of the bigger venues, which are obviously in the city, a lot of them, but also some of the smaller venues and spaces that, as Councillor Moore pointed out, we have in areas like the East. QE2, which is set up for events, will be quite a draw card for the city. So I'm really supportive of exploring what the opportunities are there. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Yeah, look, I'm going to support this as well, because this actually is really about the challenge of what we see as these music spaces which are incubating grassroots bands and musicians right in the centre of the city, being squeezed out because of the land value and new builds going in, and also reverse sensitivity with residential units going up. So seeing those being potentially lost, or how do we protect those so that we can actually have central city musicians. We've got the Littleton hub, we can have eastern hubs, protecting those venues for these musicians that are being squeezed out, and making sure that there is somewhere to go. And it will involve collaboration, and so we need to walk our talk around the creative arts, which we have done with Toaha, which we opened in the Rolleston House last Friday, which was a collaboration between funders and the council to set up these spaces for artists right in the centre of the city who couldn't afford the studios that have now gone down in the earthquakes, all the different places they had around, unaffordable now. And this music scene is suffering the same fate. So I think if we can just get some help on how to collaborate and try and find a replacement for these venues and look after these groups, would be fantastic. So I'll be supporting it.
Okie dokie. So now I'm putting the motion for Yanni and Andre's
amendment.
Yep. So all of those in favour of that one that's highlighted on the screen? Aye. Against? Great. Okay. So we'll now move up to the main one. Anyone, we don't have to talk on that?
No, you've got a mover and a second.
Yeah, we've got a mover and second on that on there already. I'll put the motion. Everyone in favour of the substantive? Against? No. Tim?
Okay.
Thank you. Right.
Few left to go, Aaron. There's a few left to go.
We're going to do item 23. Yep.
Yeah, item 23.
You got an opportunity to be the Grinch in a few minutes. So don't ruin it.
So we item 23, the council draft annual report. Thank you. Russell. And who? Two more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, sorry, Russell, who else you got there? Sorry?
Yes, I'll introduce. So, to my immediate right, I have Daisy. Daisy's the team leader, financial accounting.
Thank you. Well,
big part in this, huge part in this annual report. And behind us we have Chantal Glinsky. Chantal was the audit director for Audit New Zealand, and Audit New Zealand carried out the audit for us. So
well done.
She's here for any questions, and an important part later in the this afternoon. So yeah, good afternoon. So it's pleasing to be sitting here and present the 21-22 annual report for adoption. So Daisy and I sit here representing a whole heap of people, and a lot of work behind us getting us to this point. In saying that, I have to just acknowledge the phenomenal effort that Daisy has put in to be able to get us to this point as well. There's been significant staffing shortages in the team, and that we are here is really, really good. So the annual report is a significant document. It's outlining council's performance for the 21-22 year. So just to give some context, every 3 years, council undertakes a long-term plan. It's for 10 years. It looks at all the programs, the capital programs, the program delivery that we'll be doing, the costs, both rates and fees and charges, consults with the community, and then adopts the long-term plan. It's audited. On an annual basis, the long-term plan is updated for that particular year. So for any changes, so things like inflation, interest rates, change in programmings, that's consulted on and by feedback, and then the rates are set for that particular year. The annual report, the reason that this paper's here, reports against the service performance and financials for that year that the annual plan took part in. So it's feedback to the community, the stakeholders, on what was achieved and how it aligned with the annual plan. So that's our reporting back to the community. So like I say, a very significant document. I guess there's a number of sections within the annual report, but two main ones would be the statement of service performance, so that's against the programs and the different activities that we've carried, and the financials. The annual report, as we've said, is audited as well. So the legislation says that the annual report must be adopted by the 31st of October. As a result of the challenges from COVID and compromised working conditions, government extended the statutory timeframes for local bodies by 2 months. So that was to the 31st of December. And that was just for the years 2021 and 21-22. So this year is the last year that would apply. And for those foreseen circumstances, the 22 process has been significantly lengthened, which is the reason that we're here today. With key staff shortages, as I've sort of spoken about, certainly with the council and the audit team and the consultants, which is mainly around the valuers. We have significant assets that were valued. That's impacted the timeliness of this delivery. So the valuations of the transport, land and buildings were revalued due to the significant shift in values in that space. And advice from audit was that the three waters needed to have a fair value assessment as well, so that we had to phase that into the planning. So the auditors were under a lot of pressure to be able to do that, because we'd sort of missed our space in the queue to do that. And the auditors themselves were, the valuers themselves were struggling for resourcing to be able to meet the needs of the sector, with everybody pretty much queuing up for this work. There was direction from the Office of the Auditor General to Audit New Zealand on the measurement of water quality and Council's measurement data. So I want to thank Chantel and the team in helping us work through this matter. It was signalled to us very, very late in the piece, and not resolved by, or not accepted by, Office of the Auditor General until late November. There was a lot of work, a lot of backwards and forwards, to ensure that Council received an unmodified audit opinion. So a significant part, and like I say, a lot of work was done to ensure we were in that space. So yes, I'm pleased to say that we did get there. We've appreciated the professionalism and the candour and openness, Chantal and the team. It's been good to work through. So for the report itself, okay, there's the full annual report. It's got about just over 300 pages in it. So there's a highlights part within the main document, page 11, going forward. So I'll just touch on a number of those now. Christchurch Art Gallery, the number of visitors was just 2/3 of the target for the year, but overall customer or visitor satisfaction was at a high of 97%. At Recreation, Sports and Community, again, they had a strong customer support at 88%. Libraries, a number of new members with a customer satisfaction rate of 94%. I'm not going to go through them all, that's okay. One that I would sort of like to really highlight is citizens and customer services. So this is the front desk where folk come in and ask questions. So this year there was achieved resident satisfaction rating of 97% for our walk-ins and 90% for our phone service. And I think for me, I'll just look at the context of that. So often are we receiving queries from folk for something that's gone wrong. Often it's just, can I do this, or how do you do that? But often it's having stuff rectified. So I thought that was exceptionally high. Also, the fire damage at the wastewater treatment plant at Bromley is mentioned. 60% of the treatment plant was destroyed, but the service was able to continue. I think that's quite astounding. There was significant rainfall in December and February of 22, and so the stormwater systems were able to cope with that, and it just coincided with my arrival into Christchurch in July, the wettest July in record, and it was significant. We're able to cope with that as well. There was some areas where there was ponding, but overall the system coped well. So for the financials, Council has finished the year with a operating surplus of $183 million. Total equity has moved from $13.3 billion to $15.8, and there was $436 million of additions to the fixed assets portfolio. So why the surplus? Vested assets, which are a non-cash item, they are up by just over $90 million. Insurance was up $10 million. Assurance proceeds up $10 million. And most of that is because of, pretty much all of that is the unplanned insurance recovery from the treatment plant fire. Fees and charges were up almost $8 million to the increase in consents volumes. So that's offset a bit by the costs in that space as well. And dividend revenues were up by about $2 million. Depreciation was down. And finance costs were up a bit because of the increase in interest rates. So when we take that $183.5 million surplus, that's the accounting surplus, okay? So there's a number of items, and I've got a list of about 20 items. I'm not going to go through them all. So taking those out, and that's things like vested assets. So vested assets, sorry, I should have explained earlier, that's assets from subdivisions where developers will develop the area and then they'll put the infrastructure in. On completion of development, that's gifted through to council, and council then maintain it. That's a vested assets. The biggest part of that for this year was the $90 million from the Takaha land that we got from the government. We take out depreciation. There's a fair value adjustment there because of the hedging that we have in place, because of the way the interest rates moved. There was a paper profit, which we don't trade, so it's just there to give surety in interest rates. We collect rates for debt repayment and for capital renewals, and we have capital revenues as well. So taking those things out, we're left with about a cash surplus of about $22 million. Of that money, we repaid debt that was, we did two things so far as COVID debt. We had planned to borrow an additional $7 million during the year for COVID-related downturn. That wasn't needed. And so we were able to offset that. At the same time, we were able to repay back the outstanding debt that we'd already borrowed for COVID from the previous year was sitting at just over $4 million. So that was repaid. So that's a really great position, because we'd planned to repay that over 5 years and we repaid it within 2. So I think that's an outstanding achievement. And there was about $8 million left, and so that was also used to repay debt. The intention in repaying debt is then it provides ongoing benefit to ratepayers as the level of charge is less going forward. Yeah. So the document itself, there's been a late change, and it's just a wording clarification on page 165. All it's saying is that the first year of the long-term plan is an annual plan. Now, it's pretty obvious, but our audit have been asked to make that, so we've done that. The document itself, we'll come to this, but it's been through audit and risk. Audit were asking a number of questions to be able to, in that space, as to the process and where we were. So the process is from here on adoption of council, that the letter of representation, which is setting out as council writing back to audit, but it's crafted by audit, setting out the expectations of council on that, and that's, I'd say that's been through the audit and risk, and we're comfortable with that. Once that's signed, Chantal will hand over the audit opinion, and then council can adopt the annual report. And then once all the cheering and wild clapping subsides, we'll have 30 days to make the report itself publicly available. We won't need that. We're very, very close to, it's a final version now. It might be a picture or two to put in. That'll happen. And then there's a summary annual report produced as well. Like I said, the full annual report has just over 300 pages. Now, unexpectedly, probably not everybody's going to get that far into it. So we produce a summary. The summary is 64 pages. Yeah, that's right. It's a summary. A few more pictures and less words.
What people laugh so much at an annual report presentation?
It is also audited and has a separate letter of representation. Those things don't need to go before council to be adopted because the letter of representation is a mirror of the main one. So again, we have 30 days to get that out into to the public, which we'll be able to do very, very soon. But the letter of representation for both the summary as well needs to be signed by the Mayor and CEO. We don't have that yet because the audit of the summary report is still being finalised. Because it's a summary, they've got to make sure that we haven't put anything in there that's not in the final. So it's a very detailed process. So like I said at the outset, it's my pleasure to be able to present this report to the annual report to council. It's been, for the time, it's been challenging in a lot of parts, but we've learnt a lot as a staff going through it, and well supported, and we're working with audit. But also, we would be at the forefront of at the front end of the pack so far as other councils in New Zealand go and getting annual reports adopted, for various reasons that I've outlined. So yes, we're very pleased to be in this position. So happy to take any questions.
I have to say, I've never heard anybody laugh and get to jokes as part of an annual plan. That is an absolute first. Russell, well done.
Okay. Thank you, Russell. That was very clear. That was good. That's good. So we have any questions, please? No. So do we have a mover? Tim will move and Jake will second. So any debate? No. I'll put. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah. Look, thank you very much for the work you've done. It's fantastic, and thank you. It's lovely to see you live rather than on the screen. And I just have to mention it's sales pitches. I love sales pitches, and I've got this dividend revenue is 2.1 million higher than planned due to additional dividends received from Transwaste during this year. If the sentence stopped there, it would have been great, wouldn't it? But then it goes on, dividends income was 20.2 million lower than 2021 due to COVID-19 on CCHL. So, yeah, I just love that bit. Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback.
Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder, no more debate. I'd like to put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you, carried.
That's part A.
So those steps, adoption of the letter of rep, yes, it's been signed. Excellent, thank you. So there'll be there'll be a formal handing of the opinion.
It's got ink dripping off it.
There we go. There's your opinion. Thank you very much.
There was clapping.
It's a pitch.
Exactly.
We're looking at the pictures.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So we're adopting the annual report now?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Go while you can.
We have to now do that, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. We're back to part A. We now need to do the other bit, don't we? Are we done? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So now we've got one left before PX. Is that right, Sam? Is anyone left? Right.
One more.
So the highlight of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is the review of the council's policy for the appointments and remuneration of directors of the council organisations. So who's talking to this?
Who wants to do it? No, Leah is tied up. I mean, ultimately, I think you've been well and truly
absolutely
had discussions. I think rather than more officer advice, which I don't think you need, you probably need to go into your recommendations now.
This I'll just say this is going to be an extremely big item, but I think it is a discussion we need to have. Make a call and move forward. I want to chair this in the clearest way possible so we all know what the question is and can vote accordingly. I think it's easier to be upfront about the question and have the vote, so that's why I proposed the recommendation based on the initial staff recommendation, which offered a variety of options. So I just want to go over some outline of how I will progress through this item. I intend to move a recommendation that sets out the key question, is particularly, do we want to allow directors to keep their fees or donate them to the Mayor's Welfare Fund? As discussed with councillors yesterday, there will probably be a foreshadowing motion should recommendation 1 fail. And should that foreshadowed motion fail, then I want to note that the status quo will continue. That is, that no one gets to keep their directors' fees and they all get donated to the Mayor's welfare instead. I also intend to call the final vote on this item by recommendation. There is plenty to discuss and amendments to consider, but I asked you that we have to work through the questions and consider each amendment as it comes. So a little bit of patience, please. And this is where Linda gets up and talks, but who should we get to talk to? No one.
I genuinely think
We've
gone
been
round
there
and round and round.
We've been there and done that. Okay. So, with that, I move my recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Callum, thank you.
So this, you're moving recommendation 1A and 2 to 13, Mayor, is that correct?
Yeah, but I'll probably go down all of them one at a time.
Yeah. But just for members' clarity, Mayor is moving 1A and 2 to 13.
No, doing 1A. I've circulated them via email.
Yeah, you'll do them individually, but just so we're clear.
So, do you want to highlight 1A for us, please, Sam, just to make sure we're all on the same wavelength? Okay.
Hypothetically, Mr Mayor, who would answer questions if we don't have staff speaking to it around any of the items?
I will do my very best.
You will do your best?
If not,
you always do.
So, do we want to have any debate on, because we've got a mover and seconder on this, we want any debate on this before I do it?
Ask some questions.
You can. You certainly can.
Just get ready to get Linda back, just in case.
Yeah. So, one of them then is actually, because I was just rereading here, is that it is this policy which asks CCHL to do the appointments process for CNZ. So whether it's actually this policy where we should change that.
Yes.
Yes. And is it easier to do that now, or do we have to go through the whole process of writing another report?
No, I think you could put a recommendation into that effect.
Yeah. So if it was, we could just do that in this report. So, Phil, I was wondering whether you would feel comfortable adding a resolution in there that changes. Oh, I can find it back in. It was in the other stuff before. No, it was in something different. It's 8.4 or 8.6. I can't remember. In the policy, to allow the CNZ board to do its own appointments process rather than CCHL doing it.
Rather than what's just happened just in the last little while.
Several years.
Or well, what's going to happen to the and what's going to happen in PX. Yeah. but we just need.
If you work something up with Helen,
But I'm sure that makes common sense to me.
Yeah.
Any other debate?
Just a question on process. You've obviously moved the recommendations 1A and then 2 down to whatever
13,
it ends up
yeah.
at. So you obviously can't move a foreshadowed motion if the
No, you
first one
cannot. Somebody
fails.
else will need to move the foreshadowed motion and second it.
But if 1A fails, it's like, can't see how then 1B would then pass, but...
So the mayor will need to ask if there is, if the foreshadowed motion is there, and who would be the mover and who is the seconder.
Otherwise, we'll just go straight on to the ones
Otherwise,
below.
we'll go straight on to the ones below.
Okay.
Sarah?
Sorry, Mel's just forwarding me things, I can't find them. Was there something that was different to yesterday from Boyd?
There was, it's the same as the one last one.
Okay, so in that case, the venues Otautahi ones, happy with it going to 2. There was in the resolutions here, it said to then put the pay through to Mayor's Welfare Fund, if that's what was happening.
Yep.
But they're currently not paid, so...
That's correct.
Yeah. So we would have to then, as council, we would have to put additional funding into venues Otautahi so that then they could pay the Mayor's Welfare Fund. And I'm just wondering if we think that that's not very sensible.
It's not. One thing you're right about, from what I understand from Tim, venues Otautahi always used to have 2, but during COVID it sort of just watered itself down to 1. Is that correct?
There was no contract.
I'm happy with it going up to 2. It was the funding of the directors' positions, because currently the status quo is that they don't donate because actually we fund them. And so I'm wondering if it's sensible for us to be asking them to fund 2 positions worth of stuff to Mayor's Welfare
when we're already funding it anyway.
Funding.
Well, hypothetically, shouldn't it just be the profitable ones, the commercial ones?
We did.
Well, in theory, venues should be, but...
We've dropped it out. We had a resolution.
Because we resource CNZ as well. So
the non-commercial ones don't pay.
Yeah, we did. But then that got lost in
translation.
If we wanted to put it back, where would we put it? We put it under this... No, we can't put it under this...
14? You go down to 14.
Trying to find where that was.
Okay, yeah. We need to put it just as a new one.
So if we collect all the issues, we may pause council meeting, so we can just work them through.
And put another couple in the bottom.
And maybe put 2 more on there. Yep.
Okay. So, Aaron,
are there any
please.
other questions?
Just a question, just because it's generally quite a divisive thing and has been in the past based on people's own views of economics, ideology, whatever you want to call it. But why is there not an option where people can choose if you get selected to a position that is in every other part of the world paid, that you then can sign up to the Mayor's Welfare Fund, that yes, all of my salary? Because I encourage anyone here that's super flush to give at least half of your current salary to the Mayor's Welfare Fund, just to bring yourself down to the below average pay mark. So why not have that as an option?
What is the option?
No, the one of with directors' fees that you can, that it's, but it's,
wait,
it's voluntary. Why can it not be? I've never seen that put to the table, that it's voluntary, and anyone who signs up and gets elected can go, yes, look at me, I give all my money away.
Just to put you in the picture, what happened last year, I was on Transwaste, right? And I thought to myself, if I'm earning the money, I'll give it away, right? Even though the council said, give it to the Mayor's Welfare Fund. I started doing that, and it was pointed out to me in no uncertain terms that the council voted for it, and it made it very clear to me that I have to go with what the council said, and of course that's correct. So I gave away X number of dollars personally, then I had to give the same extra number of dollars to the Mayor's Welfare Fund. So if you want any financial advice, do not ask me. So I'm just letting
Of
you know
which you
that,
paid tax
you
on
can do
then
it, but it's not in there at the moment. So I think we should just start off and start going down these things, and then we can have a wee adjournment at the bottom if we want to add a few more in. All right?
And just to, sorry, I've just sent one to Sam as well, which would be a foreshadowed, if there isn't someone prepared to pick up one B, then, and like we said, you know, if that failed, then effectively we go status quo. I'm just putting in there as a, maybe a middle ground of people would be of the
Oh, 1C, okay.
Yeah. Just to...
So before you go any further, we need to know whether there is a mover and seconder for 1B, and then whatever 1C is, I need to know if there's a mover or seconder for whatever 1C is. But if we can get that on the screen, please.
Am I reading it wrong?
So there's 1B just getting...
So you're asking, is there a seconder for a foreshadowed?
I'm asking if there is a mover and seconder for 1B, which is the foreshadowed motion.
If you're against 1A, you would be against 1B.
I'm not commenting on anything. I just want to know whether I've got a mover and seconder for 1B. That's all.
So if there is no one for 1B, is there when you one for 1?
So no one for 1B, just to be clear? All right.
So, so 2, I think it's odd that we would ask a commercial company to provide a donation when it's us that's chosen how many councillor directors they have, and that we have at the same time increased the number of independents previously as well. So they're still going to have the same number of directors that they had before.
Not necessarily, I don't think.
Well,
up to.
Up to. Yeah. But, you know, it's up to, but it could be 7 or 8, right? It'll either be 7 or it'll be 8, including 2 councillor directors. So they will be paying the independents at least one more independent
Well, it depends
than
on,
they currently do.
It depends on what we determine in PX in terms of the appointments.
Well, we made that one last week. We did that decision last week.
Request CCL to consider.
You would have sent
and I think
there
has to be
around the appointment and up to.
So can we
Yeah, it was
have,
up to last time.
Obviously, we're not in debate, members, during
I just think it's
questions,
odd that we ask a commercial company to make a donation, an annual donation of...
Sarah, it could read that they consider making it. And that's how it should have read. Request CCHL consider providing an annual donation. Would you accept that?
I mean, request is always a request anyway. It's not an order.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
right.
I mean,
That's
it's fine. I think it's an odd thing to do.
So have we got a mover and seconder for 1B?
No. Okay. So what is 1C?
Well, can I, process-wise, you don't need a mover and a seconder for a foreshadow motion, because unlike an amendment, you could, because amendments...
They're checking the...
Amendments, you can't move
Come
and
back
second
to.
more than one, but I think foreshadowed motions, you might be able to. I don't know. Helen's just checking.
I'll just wait for our legal eagles to inform us.
Because I know you can't with amendments. So if one fails, someone might like to also second.
Can we just adjourn while you guys sort out all this?
We've only just come back.
I think we should put 1A and see where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So can you
that's fine.
highlight 1A, please?
Well, we need to know then if we're voting against it, then if 1C then is live.
So I suggest you just step back for 5 minutes while we get the relevant piece of advice.
Yep, no problem.
Can I just bear with me?
Everybody.
So, members, before you move to the procedural motion, the Mayor has just asked me to clarify in relation to 1A, because in particular we're talking about the issues of venues Otatahi. And you've got, I'm going to read it out, but you will amend it, not necessarily sure we'll get this far, but agrees that elected members who are appointed to CCHL, CNZ, OCHT and Transwaste, so it's those 4 companies this relates to, not to council controlled organisation board, so it's the 4 and the rest of it would flow. You could probably choose to do so anyway. It's not a council controlled organisation, is it? No. So you can do whatever it is because you already donate, don't you? Yeah.
Okay. So, but now we have a procedural motion in our midst.
We have a procedural. Because actually, Leah will tell me if I'm wrong, the elected members are not paid. If we then paid them, we would have to up it. So it seems a bit pointless.
It's 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we fully fund it. So we're now moving to the procedural motion, and to remind members there is no debate about that. I'm assuming we have a mover and a seconder. Thank you. Thank you. Right, would you like to go to the vote, Mr Mayor?
Right. So we have
the procedural.
Yeah, the item.
I've moved and Sarah seconded the procedural.
Can you see it there?
Yeah.
Can we just, do you want to
there you go.
To enable a workshop to take place beforehand?
Because
We can't have a workshop on the 25th of January.
can anyone speak to why the procedural motion is being put?
It's not a debate.
It's not a debate. Right, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of the procedural motion, please say aye.
Aye. No. So I think we might need a division.
Yep.
So for the procedural motion that the item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be discussed further at the meeting and is deferred to the 25th of January to enable a workshop to take place. Councillor Keown? Yes. Councillor McLennan? No. Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Henstock?
Yes.
Councillor Moore?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
Yep.
Councillor Coker? No. Councillor Fields?
No.
Councillor Peters?
Yes.
The Mayor?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
Councillor Barber?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter?
No.
Councillor Johansson?
No.
Councillor Donovan? Councillor Goff?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
Procedural motion is passed.
Yep, procedural motion is passed. Thank you very much. So we now go into towards PX. So see you, Stephen. It's gone.
In one
Favour? Against? Thank you. We are now in PX.